going pushing. How important is money these days?
Very.
It's very important. Money can get you certain things, can't it?
Many things.
Many things. But how much can money get you? Today, me and Average Joe have teamed up together to find out exactly how far $50 can get you. We're doing the hand thing again. So I've gone to everyone's favorite Chinese website, Temu, and I've gotten 50 of the coolest looking things, and I'm going to see if they're accurate. So we're going to be looking at the picture, the thing, and very simple. Is it a dub or is it a fail? Yeah, so a table. This thing's fucking ugly as hell. The bottom.
The bottom on the photo, but it's brown in real life.
Wait, why is this only not? Oh. Okay, so if you're sitting like that.
But we're already at a table. Why do we need another table?
You wouldn't be at a table, you'd be at a couch.
Isn't that what a coffee table's for?
Right, there you go, look. And it's got a thing on it, so you can like sit like...
What, you're like you're a poser? You're gonna start...
I don't know, maybe.
Sit, and then like, what if you go to get up, right? Because like, normally you go to table, sometimes like you push on it. What if I go to get up and I just...
It's a fail, this thing. I think you could get way better for $50.
Yeah.
You know?
IKEA probably make them better for $50.
100%. Alright, this one's a fail, sorry.
Fail.
500 max drones.
Now this is what I was hoping for. Drones.
You like drones?
I do like drones. It actually looks like a picture.
It seems a lot bigger in the picture though. I mean, yeah, it seems pretty active. Let's give it a go. I love a cheap drone.
Saying that though, it's flying in the clouds. I don't think this thing's gonna make it to the clouds.
No, I don't think so either, Joe. I don't think so either.
We have liftoff. Oh, what the fuck? Did you see that? Do it again. Whoa! What the fuck?
Okay, I don't know how I did that.
Barrel rolls.
Wait, I'm getting it. Come back this way. Alright, ready?
Yeah.
Morning.
Whoa!
Morning.
I am the master of the drone.
What's up? I thought it was fun.
Oh yeah, that's pretty cool.
You like the TV
Your
now?
boards?
Does it fire missiles?
That was loud, eh?
It backflips?
Backflip? Oh my god. Okay. What does this do?
Oh,
pop. Well, it was pretty good when it lasted.
there we go.
Okay. You're going straight out the door?
I'm leaving now. Goodbye.
That's a huge dub.
Huge dub.
That's a huge dub. Smartwatch.
Let's see if it's smart.
Okay. It passes for an Apple Watch so far.
Let's do a comparison.
Oh, is that what you're wearing one?
Yeah, it's actually pretty close.
Hey everybody, I'm Ashley Banfield.
It's
So crazy.
With the Olympics to try and offend as many people as possible, and I can't
Most
tell
people don't
who's winning.
understand the lyrics because you're speaking it in what they deem to be a foreign language. That is a legitimate point that the president made. That point.
He's right.
That doesn't mean they have a problem with
They
it.
couldn't understand the
His
music.
statement that most people didn't understand anything he was saying.
And lucky for us, the athletes at the Olympics are speaking English.
Yeah, it's been a hard time for the community overall under this administration.
Really?
It isn't the first time that we've had to come together as a community and
What does this
try
have
and
to do with
fight
sports?
for our human rights.
Human
And
rights?
Now, especially, it's not just affecting
Fucking
our
Olympics, yo.
community, but many other communities, and I think that we are able to support each other in a way that
Are you serious?
we didn't have to before, and because of that, it's made us a lot stronger.
So at the Olympics, where American athletes
What?
from the most prosperous country on earth compete with representatives of despotic regimes. America is the place where nobody has any human rights.
Most of the athletes, they're incredible, they're patriotic, they're so grateful to be there, and we're happy to have them there representing us. Then you have someone like Amber Glenn who talks like this with vocal fry, and she's out there in Milan trashing our country, saying it's so hard for the queer community. First off, sweetie, as a gay man living in America, it's never been a better time. Okay, we have equal rights, the border is secure, crime is coming down, the economy's going up, the S&P 500. I don't know about you, but what rights have you lost? All they know is victimhood. And let me also just say, I know some folks are going to try to cancel me for this. I don't want to see this new ugly rainbow pride flag at the Olympics, okay? It's the American flag or nothing else. And maybe Amber Glenn and some of these female athletes who want to trash the Trump administration and trash our country, they should just show some gratitude, right? He has protected the integrity of women's sports. He came in, one of his first things he ever did in office was sign an executive order to protect women athletes, but y'all don't want to say anything about that.
Meanwhile, the NFL's still not sure how they put together the most offensive halftime show ever. Listen
You
to
guys
this.
chose Bad Bunny for the Super Bowl. There was some blowback from that. I wonder what you make of that situation and what went into the decision to choose Bad Bunny as halftime performer.
Great question.
He's one of the leading and most popular entertainers in the world. That's what we try to achieve.
Look at how nervous he is.
It's an important stage for us. It's an important element to the entertainment value.
It's important. It's important. It's careful. Carefully thought through. Yeah.
I would say that I'm not sure we've ever selected an artist where we didn't have some blowback or criticism.
Oh yeah, so it's always
pretty hard
blowback.
to do when you have literally hundreds of millions of people that are watching. But we're confident it's going to be a great show.
It sounds like he's repeating the reasons he was given for why they had to choose the performer that they chose. But not to be outdone, our Olympic athletes can't stand representing our country.
It brings up mixed emotions to represent the U.S. right
Mixed
now.
emotions.
It's a little hard. There's obviously a lot going on
It's
that
hard.
I'm not the biggest fan
Oh
of, and
my
I think a lot of
gosh.
people are. If it
Like
aligns
what?
with my moral values, I feel like
On the day the RCMP released the full list of victims of this tragedy, and we have seen so many of their very young faces, some of these victims 11, 12, 13 years old, in grades 6, 7, or 8. There is definitely fresh grief in Tumbler Ridge today. People experiencing all kinds of different emotions. I spoke to one man, his name's Rick Patterson. He's lived here since 1983. His children grew up here, they're grown now. He says he feels somehow the community let these kids down. They were in a place that's supposed to be safe, their school. Some were killed in the school library.
Well, it's not the fucking kid's fault.
They should have been protected somehow, and they weren't. He's dealing with that grief. He says he's taking it hour by hour, day by day. Some people are trying to go about their regular routines. There were a lot of families at the community center, at the rink, children skating today, just trying to get back to normal. There were a lot of hugs we could see, people supporting each other and trying to hold each other up. And it will be a big day here tomorrow with Prime Minister Mark Carney and all federal leaders here as well, in a town that really is also ready to be out of the spotlight. They're very comfortable here with being under the radar, kind of in the middle of nowhere. That's why they chose this place. They've been thrown the national spotlight over this tragedy. And they are also expressing today thanks for all of the support right across the country. They're feeling it, and boy, do they need it right now.
Good for them. She thought it out before she was having babies. Jeez. Way to go, BC. Fucking winners. Keep tuning your kids or whatever you're doing. Fucking weirdos.
3:15 East.
Delivers the news every day, and to see, delivers the news every day, and to see, that this has become now about her own family and her own situation here. You mentioned the similarities. The whole ransom note situation also stood out to me, given what you went through and what they figured out it was a hoax pretty quickly. The cruelty of false hope must be so difficult and challenging, and something that so few people know what that is like.
The day after Polly disappeared, we got a phone call from a little girl who said she was Polly. And she called my home. We had somebody staying at the home, and they didn't ask any kind of questions, to prove that you were Polly. We got the FBI on it, and we found out a week later that, in fact, it was just a cruel hoax by some child. There's so much noise. When we were looking for Polly, one of the local newspapers was ready to publish a story saying that I was a drug kingpin, and that this was some kind of retaliation for a drug deal that had gone wrong. There's just noise coming out of everywhere, and you've got this massive media presence there who is waiting for just one thing. They're waiting for a resolution. So that generates its own kind of noise. You've got the sheriff coming out, and people say things about the sheriff. Somebody's got to be doing this. Somebody's got to be meeting the press. Somebody's got to be talking to them, even if it's to say we have nothing new to offer. And that in itself drives the family insane. That's their job. Their job is to find Mrs. Guthrie, just as their job was to find Polly. And every time, every day that doesn't occur is a day that they're failing at their job, at least in the minds of the people who are most invested in the family. I got to a point where I really lost it. I mean, I was waiting for the police to come talk to me, and I curled up into a little ball out in front of the Petaluma Police Department. And an FBI agent came and had to revitalize me. He had to give me a pep talk. He told me that I had to get up, I had to be ready, I had to be strong, I had to set an example for people. Because if I couldn't do it, if I couldn't move forward, why should anybody else move forward? And I'm sure that similar things have happened with the Guthrie family. I'm sure that, they have these massive doubts. They question God, they question the meaning of life, they question the choices that they've made. And until it's resolved, those kinds of things are going to go on. And we have to hope that it's resolved, because of all these cases that don't get resolved.
An alert from police. Someone is taking $1 bills and turning them into $100 bills.
A cashier at Ohana Foods Hilo had a feeling something was off when a woman handed her a $100 bill on Saturday.
And she proceeded to tell me that it's an old bill. But I had an old bill in one of our tip jars. And so I pulled out the old bill on the side, and I was like, okay, it looks different. It's more of like a yellowish tone versus as the bill she gave me, it was black.
Ramos marked the bill with the counterfeit pen. Yellow means real currency, so she was confused.
I lifted it up one more time, and that's when I noticed the faded $1 marking. Like this is a counterfeit bill. It's not $100.
Exclamation mark force. Heistall.
Well, I would say to the Guthrie family is depend upon each other. Depend upon law enforcement. Don't listen.
Exclamation mark Heistall. Ahoy. Captain Botrix is trying to get a crew together for a treasure hunt. Type heist amount to join.
Let them have the peace that they deserve. And for anybody else out there, keep them in your prayers. If you've got any kind of information that might be helpful, be sure to share it with law enforcement. Trust that this thing will play out the way it's supposed to play out, and stop second guessing, and stop making noise, and stop creating false narratives that really have no place in a situation like this.
Releasing new details about the individual that they are now calling the suspect. And
Deep and
Fuck.
A crew of pirates and raiders check their flintlocks and sharpen their cutlasses as they disembark for Blackheart Island. Blackheart Island has taken another soul. Botrix was sent straight to Davy Jones's locker.
Ugh. No.
More than 3 decades after his death shocked the music world, questions are once again swirling around the final hours of Kurt Cobain. Nirvana's lead singer was found dead April 5th, 1994 inside of a greenhouse above the Seattle garage. And Seattle police, they closed the case after the King County medical examiner ruled it a suicide, citing a self-inflicted gunshot wound. Shotgun wound, to be even more specific. So why am I talking about it now? Well, an unofficial private team of forensic scientists says the evidence tells a very different story. After reviewing the autopsy, the crime scene photos, and the materials, they have published a peer-reviewed paper outlining 10 points that they are inconsistent with an instantaneous gunshot death. So they point to organ damage they say aligns with oxygen deprivation from a heroin overdose, questions about blood patterns, the placement of Cobain's hands, the ejected shotgun shell, and even the final lines of the alleged suicide note. You're talking about handwriting there. So their conclusion? The possibility that Kurt Cobain was incapacitated before the final shot, the fatal shot, and that the scene may have been staged. So officials in King County and the Seattle Police Department, they maintain there's no new evidence that warrants reopening the case. But is there something there? Joining us now is forensic expert and certified death investigator from Jacksonville State University and host of the Body Bags podcast and YouTube show, Joseph Scott Morgan. Great to see you. Let's start with the drugs, okay? ASC has 2 things, right? One, if you haven't had the ability, right, to carry out a gun, carry a gun and fire it, and B, what do the lungs tell you about drug use?
Well, lungs tend to be heavy, right? Because with heroin abuse, and specifically morphine, which is a metabolite of heroin, it's a respiratory depressant. So lungs, at autopsy, when you weigh them, in a case of heroin abuse, they tend to be rather heavy. And so that would be consistent with what they're talking about with the changes in the organs. The one thing you have to kind of think about with Kurt Cobain's death is that he had a protracted history of IV and intramuscular drug abuse, where he's injecting, and his tolerance level would be through the roof compared to somebody that just was introduced to heroin suddenly. But Jesse, toxicology revealed that even for a standard user, whatever that actually means, his was 3 times the limit. So we're talking about a level of lethality that would make weaker men bend a knee here. So you have to factor that into all of this. The big question arises, though, is how much was he compromised physically? Were his motor skills compromised? His ability, his hand-eye coordination? How quickly did he get his hands on a weapon after maybe a fatal injection? I've had cases over the course of my career in Atlanta and New Orleans where you will have actually built-in redundancy on the part of the individual that intends to take their life. This goes back to the principles that were espoused in a book called Final Exit that was very popular many years ago. So, I'm thinking about this redundancy factor here. Was he attempting to take his life, and then, oh, by the way, I'm going to utilize a 20-gauge shotgun?
You reviewed the autopsy report. Is there anything in there that gives you pause to suggest the placement of the gun, the gunshot wound, questionable?
Yeah, when you read the report, or when this is stated, it says gunshot wound to the head or shotgun wound to the head. That is accurate, but let's be very more specific. The entrance wound is actually in the hard palate, which is the roof of the mouth, and it's to the rear. In the autopsy report, the pathologist actually alludes to the fact that there is fouling, and I'll get to that, but there is no stippling. So this means that what we're talking about is a hard press contact gunshot wound to the back of the roof of the mouth. Matter of fact, it was so hard that it created a crescent-shaped abraded area in that area. So if you think about how the weapon is being held, you think about the muzzle of the weapon creates a perfect circle where you have kind of this half-moon shape. It's pressed in with such force. And you see this very often with people that intend to take their lives. Now, if he was incapacitated, and herein lies the rub, if he's incapacitated and somebody else is utilizing the weapon on him, yeah, you could get that kind of press hard contact with that, because they couldn't handle they're not going to be able to fight against it, is what I'm saying.
And what about the placement of his hands?
Yeah, so this is kind of interesting. A lot of people make these wild assumptions about self-inflicted injuries, and that you will have blood deposition in every single case on the surface of the hands. And I got to tell you, Jesse, that's not necessarily the truth. In every single case, I've worked hundreds and hundreds of suicides over the course of my career, and and with a variety of weapons platforms, including shotguns. In his case, with Kirk's case, the muzzle of the weapon was being held between his thumb and his index finger, like this, and it was away from the mouth, okay? And then, this is after, obviously, the weapon had been fired. It came to rest, like, just literally laying on his chest. I think that that's very important to understand. The force is being driven through the back of the head. I hate to be that that graphic, but understand this. You've got a tremendous amount of gas. It's not just and it was birdshot that was fired. It's not just the projectiles coming out. It's a tremendous explosion of hot, expanding gas. It's also driving this forward and to the rear.
It's strange, in other words, the hand placement. 30 seconds. Let me ask you this. Yeah. Do you think there's enough to warrant opening up an investigation, and maybe it's just, can they find the DNA on the gun?
My Lord. Okay. Yeah, I suppose it's possible, but there's one image that popped up. I'll go and say it was in the Daily Mail, of the investigator that actually handled the case. And Jesse, he's wearing gloves, but he's actually holding the weapon in the image. And this is from a few years back. And nowadays, with forensic genetic genealogy, brother, I gotta tell you, wouldn't it be wonderful if that was still intact and it could be swabbed to see who else's DNA was on there? I don't know what else they preserved from the scene, but boy, isn't that intriguing?
It is. Yeah, it definitely is. And Joseph, I love having you on. You always break it down for everybody. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you for watching. Subscribe below and download our News Nation app right now on your phone, and you will get fact-based, unbiased news for all Americans.
In 1965, a man by the name of Carl Dish vanished from a research station in Antarctica. This man walked into a blizzard and never came back. Antarctica claimed another life. But there is a disturbing level of mystery alongside this story. His footprints led for miles into the ice, and 6 years after he went missing, radio stations across Antarctica started receiving transmissions from him. So how's that possible? This is the full story. If the name Carl Dish sounds familiar, I talked about him briefly in a previous video about Antarctica, why you shouldn't go there, because you probably just shouldn't go to Antarctica. Namely, it's cold. And also, penguins.
But one of them caught our eye. He would neither go towards the feeding grounds at the edge of the ice, nor towards the colony. Shortly afterwards, we saw him heading straight
Go Penguins!
some 70 kilometers away. The doctor explained that even if we caught him and returned him to the colony, he would head right back through the mountains. But why?
I love that edit. It's very human. The indomitable human spirit infected that penguino. So anyways. Now before we get fully into Carl Dish, I need you to understand where he was. Antarctica. It is the coldest, driest, and windiest continent on Earth, and it basically, in a roundabout way, wants you to die. Where do you think the lowest temperature ever recorded on Earth was? For one, it was minus 128 degrees Fahrenheit, and it was recorded at Vostok Station in 1983 in Antarctica. At that temperature, exposed skin freezes in under a minute.
Antarctica.
Quite cold, Antarctica is technically a desert. It has less annual precipitation than the Sahara, but instead of sand, you've got ice up to 3 miles thick. And beneath that
That's
ice
right.
are lakes
It
that
is.
haven't seen sunlight in a million years. Might as well be a billion. To be honest, doesn't make a difference to me. And how do we even know that?
It's been a million years since this lake saw sunlight.
You don't know shit. You change your minds every 20 years. You. I say that with the utmost respect, by the way. I love science, but, you know, things change. And if I'm saying it matter-of-factly, it's definitely not true. The winds in Antarctica can hit 200 miles per hour. Your compass will barely work because of the poles, you know, magnetic interference. And during the polar winter, you get months of complete and uninterrupted darkness, like that movie, 30 Days a Night. But I think 30 Days a Night takes place in the Arctic Circle. I don't know. It's a pretty good movie. I like it. Vampires are cool. They're really cool. What's the new one that just came out? All the white people who sing bluegrass. I've seen it like 5 times already, but I can't remember what it's called. I remember everything about it except for the name of it. Shit, I love that movie. Another thing, Antarctica is more isolated than the International Space Station. If an astronaut has a medical emergency, they can be evacuated back to Earth in hours. But in Antarctica, if you're wintering over there and something goes wrong, let's say between the months of March and October, no planes can land, no ships can reach you, you are stuck. Okay, guys, you have to hope and pray that someone on base knows how to perform surgery or some kind of life-saving procedure, or has the, let's say, wisdom and guidance of a character like McCready from the movie The Thing, which takes place in Antarctica, by the way, just in case there's a thing there, because that seems realistic as well. I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't put it past them. Okay, those lakes, a million years old, full of things. This is only partially a conspiracy video about Antarctica, and partially a video about what it's like to work and disappear and die there. And the reality being that sometimes you will never find out what happened. Carl Robert Disk was a 25-year-old man from Monroe, Wisconsin, a small, cheesy town. Had a German-American family and graduated Monroe High School in 1957. He was an ionospheric physicist working for the National Bureau of Standards. That's right, guys. An ionospheric physicist. What the
Well, that's cute.
Carl's job was studying something called forward scatter, which is basically how radio waves bounce off the ionosphere and travel around the curve of the Earth. That's right, the Earth is not flat. It has a curve. And during the 60s, this type of research was serious Cold War era research. It was the type of work that helped us communicate across continents without satellites, you know, down or up and around, depending on if you want to go Antarctica way or you want to go the Arctic way. If you want to, you know, one or the other, really. There's only 2 choices. And both will eventually reach. The top one's closer to Russia, which was our main bad guy, obviously, in the Cold War. It's the enemy. Carl was part of something called the Year of the Quiet Sun program, which is an international effort to study the atmosphere during a period of low solar activity, which is fairly rare nowadays, it seems. But when we have a period of low solar activity, there is a lot to learn from the atmosphere. The people who worked with Carl described him as one of the most brilliant scientists ever to visit Antarctica, and in late 1964, Carl shipped out to Byrd Station for a winter-over assignment, and with that, he knew exactly what he was signing up for. He was a smart guy. Byrd Station, maybe that rings a bell. It's named after Admiral Richard E. Byrd, a famous polar explorer who went to Antarctica, saw a bunch of long, blonde-haired, white alien people in the middle of the Earth who were also Nazis. That's a true story. They look like this. No, not like that. Like this. During that winter in which Carl was wintering over, a winter over, by the way, is when you go to Antarctica and you stay the winter over. There were only 29 people on the station, 19 Navy personnel, 8 scientists, and 1 dog, which was a husky named Sastrugius. But everyone in the station called him Gus. It was a cute little name for a cute husky dog. Also, this sounds just like the beginning of the thing. I mean, it's like the first thing. The second thing's kind of bullshit. It's like a continuation of the beginning of the prequel. Anyways, Carl worked at the Radio Noise Building, which is about 7,000 feet from the main station complex, which is just over a mile through the ice. That's 1.46 miles. one. I don't know. Mostly in winter over conditions, you don't navigate by sight, you can't see anything. You have these things called hand lines that are strung between buildings. It's a literal rope that you can grab and follow to get from one place to another. Carl had made the walk between the stations more than 25 times that season. Same route, same rope, no problem. Alright, guy? Come on now. May 8th, 1965. Spoiler alert, problems, 9:15 in the morning. Morning, it doesn't really mean a lot when there's not much of a sun going on. But Carl left the radio noise building to head back to the main station. Temperature at the time was minus 45 degrees Fahrenheit with a 30-mile-an-hour wind, potentially higher. Now, I just heard you ask me to your very large television set and or mobile phone, because those are the two primary ways in which people watch my videos. What about visibility? Well, family sitting in their living room or single adult man sitting on the toilet? Zero! Almost nothing! During this trek, for some reason, Carl did not grab the hand line, and by 10 a.m., he hadn't arrived at the main station, and that walk shouldn't have taken more than 20 minutes. It should have been less than 20 minutes. They started searching, and at 11:30, they found his footprints. But the tracks weren't heading towards the main station. They were heading west towards the skiway, which is the wrong direction entirely. And the detail that confuses me most and really gets my boat floating, I guess, in not a weird, horny way, but rather in a very interesting conspiracy way, his footprints showed no shortening of stride, which means he wasn't disoriented, or most likely was not disoriented. When people get lost or disoriented, they stumble and they wander and their steps become erratic. There's a clear change in gait. It correlates with your panic, essentially. Carl's footprints were deliberate. He was walking with purpose, and he knew exactly where he was going. They followed his tracks for about 4 miles before drifting snow covered them completely. They found a second set of tracks heading south, followed those for miles as well, and still, like the others, found nothing. A fellow by the name of Jim Bartley was there that winter, and he described the search. He said, "We tried in vain to find Carl, but at the time the wind was raging with minus 45 temperature. All we could do was tie ropes around our waists and spread out on both sides the D8 cat and walk along, hoping to stumble over him." Their assumption was that he was dead and frozen. By the way, there's a turkey at my parents' farm who over the weekend froze to death because it was so cold. He tried roosting, died. Jim compared the search to the classic old-timey adage of, it was like finding a needle in a haystack. Temperature dropped to minus 79. They searched for days, they fired flares, they formed human chains, and they checked the old bird station 6 miles away, found nothing. On May 14, 1965, they called off the search, and Carl Disk was presumed dead. A memorial service was held back in Monroe, Wisconsin, and his family buried an empty casket. And that should have been the end of the story, right? Brilliant young scientist, hostile environment, tragic accident. Wrong! One thing, he made that walk 25 times before, actually a few things. He walked away from safety for miles until his tracks completely stopped. Why? Okay. We'll start with the obvious explanations. Maybe he was just disoriented. Minus 45 degrees, 30-mile-an-hour winds, total darkness. That's enough to confuse a guy like me. All right. You lose your bearings, you start crying, you walk the wrong way, hypothermia sets in, and it's over. But he had done this walk 25 times before, he knew exactly where the hand line was, and his footprints weren't stumbling or erratic. They were deliberate, purposeful strides heading in a specific direction. Maybe he fell into a crevasse. Antarctica is riddled with crevasses. There are cracks in the ice that can be hundreds of feet deep that are often covered by thin bridges of snow, and they look solid until you step on them and shoo, right into a crevasse. That could explain why they never found his body, but they searched the area extensively and tracks did not end at a crevasse. They just ended on flat ground. They just stopped. Snow covered them up maybe, or he vanished mid-step, or who knows. So maybe it wasn't an accident, and that would imply something happened to Carl Disk's mind. There's a condition called winter over syndrome, which I talked a lot about in the previous Antarctica video, but I'll briefly go over it for the sake of this story. Winter over syndrome is like when your Sims in The Sims 2, 3, or 4 get the stir crazy movement. It's bad. It's really, really, really bad. Winter over affects people who spend the Antarctic winter in complete isolation. 7 or 8 months cut off from the rest of the world, and most of it spent in total darkness. Symptoms include depression, irritability, difficulty concentrating, insomnia, and something called the Antarctic stare, which is a kind of fugue state where people just zone out for long periods of time. It's what Walter White claimed to have in Breaking Bad, to get his bitch wife off his back about the whole meth empire bullshit.
Walt, please just hear me out, please.
This video is sponsored by Mint Mobile. We run Mint on our set phone for the Too Late Show, and it's what we use when we're calling customers for Sour Boys. So our Mint Mobile phone is getting real everyday use, not just sitting around as my crime phone. Mint is a premium wireless service without the premium wireless price tag. Right now, for a limited time, Mint is offering 50% off their unlimited wireless plans. This means you can lock in just $15 a month when you buy a 3, 6, or 12-month plan. Plus, setup was way easier than I expected. I activated the eSIM in this phone in minutes. Also, the service itself has been solid. Mint runs on the nation's largest 5G network, covers 98% of Americans, and every plan includes unlimited talk and text, free calling Mexico, Canada, and the United Kingdom, with a hotspot included. We use this, and so should you. Get this new customer offer and pay just $15 a month for a 3, 6, or 12-month plan. That's 50% off an unlimited wireless plan at mintmobile.com/oompa. That is mintmobile.com/oompa. Thank you to Mint Mobile for sponsoring this video. About 60% of winter over crews experience some level of symptom of winter over syndrome, and about 5% need psychiatric intervention. And in the mid-60s, this was not a new concept. Scientists have been documenting winter over syndrome since the 1950s. They had been aware of some level of insanity, stir craziness that comes with the isolation, all the way back to the late 1800s. The first expedition to winter in Antarctica was the Belgica ship in 1897. That ship got trapped in pack ice, and then motherfucker was stuck there for over a year. That sounds so bad. That's like, nothing really sounds as bad as that. That would be, you're just on a ship, it's the 1800s, things already suck. Life already blows shit and ballsack everywhere. And you're just on a ship, we run aground! And the captain's like, we're gonna be here for a while, guys. We gotta wait for the ice to melt. Little do they know, that ice hasn't melted in a million years. Just kidding. Pack ice. It's different, but still scary. And for that initial expedition, a doctor on board, Frederick Cook, watched his crewmates deteriorate over 2 months of complete darkness. It drove some of them to, quote, despair and lethargy. A few of them temporarily lost their sanity, and Cook had to get creative to save them. He made them stand naked in front of fires because he noticed it improved their mood, which is actually considered the first medical application of light therapy, which is now a pre-luminance biomodulation. We're all over it nowadays, is that right? This guy was like Dr. Huberman, but in 1897. Anyways, the point is, Antarctica breaks people, and it has for a very long time. And there is evidence it was breaking Carl. Multiple sources say that Carl was acting strange in the weeks before he disappeared. One of the first flights back to Byrd Station after that winter carried a loadmaster named Charlie. He said the winter over guys told him straight up that he was acting really strange for weeks before he walked out. He was taking aimless strolls, he was muttering incoherently, and he refused to engage with his colleagues on occasion. So that's tragic, obviously. Then there is the Frank Reckley story. Frank was another scientist who worked at the station, and he worked the same night shift as Carl at the radio noise building. According to someone who later worked directly with Reckley, he was, quote, a really nice guy, but one of the most boring people I've ever met. The story goes that Reckley had a habit of talking endlessly about nothing. Hey man, sound familiar? It's kind of my whole shtick. And Carl, who was stuck working alongside him for months in the darkness, was slowly losing his mind from the monotony. So the implication here is that Carl just got fed up with Reckley yapping. One person described this as Reckley literally boring a coworker to death, which is just so mean, bro. It's so mean, dude. I feel like I don't know anybody who's ever done that. I have to be the one. I have to be that guy. I have to be the guy who just talks and talks and talks, and everybody's like, yeah. Because everybody who's around me, I pay them. I pay them all. They're all my employees. All my friends are all my employees. I can't have that. I can't have that. I can't have that. Maybe I'm just the main character. Maybe I'm just a big teat to something for him. Now I'm making this about me. So that's a pretty funny theory, very disrespectful to both Carl and Frank, to be honest. And it seems kind of unlikely. I gotta say, the boringness of talking is probably better than the boringness of isolation and darkness. I assume. I'm not really totally sure on that. Is it what happened? Probably not. But it does sort of help paint the picture. Then there was a card game. A researcher named John Katsourakis reportedly said that Carl's disappearance was triggered by a card game during the winter. Apparently, Carl had accused someone of cheating, or at least not treating him fairly in the game. He threw his cards down and announced that he was going to visit his friends at Pole. The South Pole Station was hundreds of miles away. You can't just walk to the South Pole Station. But Carl said it, got up, left, disappeared into the Antarctica. Winter. Alright, they never saw him again. And 3 months after Carl vanished, the station dog Gus vanished too, that adorable husky. That was probably a thing. You know, let's be real, that's how it works in the Thing movie, which is how I based everything that I know about Antarctica off of that. I mean, look at this. McCready's right here with me, standing beside me, his wisdom and his guidance. You know, I trust him. Some of the guys at the station during this time reported seeing strange lights and hearing what sounded like a vehicle around the time that Gus had disappeared. 2 souls vanished from Bird Station that winter. The scientist and the dog, neither one was ever found. But also the dog comes back later. So Carl Disk's disappearance has shown up in some fairly expected, I guess, but unexpected, bizarre places. There's a former police officer named David Paulides who writes books about strange disappearances, cases where people vanish under unusual, bizarre circumstances and are never found. He calls the series Missing 411. Probably heard about it on the internet. Mr. Ballin, myself, my wife, everybody's talked about it. Who talks about this type of thing? David Paulides specifically mentions the Disk case, and Carl fits what David calls the profile. That is German heritage, high intelligence, and tracks that end abruptly. That's like the Missing 411 thing. Aside from specifically the German heritage and the high intelligence, the Holy Relic has fallen. Sorry. That was stupid. I apologize. Yeah, apparently that's part of the conspiracy, though, is being of German descent, having high intelligence, and your tracks just going missing in national parks. That's what happened to Carl Disk. Just being a regular person in America for a long time meant you were all those things, except for the tracks going missing. It's interesting, though, that Carl's case keeps getting pulled into discussions about unexplained conspiratorial disappearances. Then there is the Cold War angle. 1965 was the height of the Cold War, and Antarctic research stations from different countries were scattered across the continent. And it is no secret that some of them were used for more than just science. The theory goes that Carl was a Soviet spy who was extracted by agents, and these strange lights people reported were actually Soviet aircraft or vehicles, Soviet UFOs. Alright, wonderful. That's what happened in Roswell. They took a drone, a little cuboid drone, cuboid squamous, stuffed it full of manipulated carcasses to cause hysteria. Alright? Alright, okay. Yeah, I think that's what happened. Not really. I think it was aliens. Anyways, is there any evidence for the Soviet theory? No. The nearest Soviet station, 1,400 miles away. But the rumors persist. Then another conspiracy-adjacent theory is the station name, which I talked a little bit about that. Alright, guys, remember those long hair from this guy? Yeah. Byrd Station was named after Admiral Richard E. Byrd, one of the most famous polar explorers in history. Byrd led Operation High Jump, 1946, 1947, which was the largest Antarctic expedition ever mounted. 4,733 aircraft, 13 ships, including an aircraft carrier and a submarine, all going to Antarctica. Officially, it was a training mission, but Byrd is also at the center of some of Antarctica's strangest conspiracy theories. There is an alleged secret diary that surfaced after his death, claiming he encountered UFOs and an advanced civilization living inside the Hollow Earth. Bunch of other that look like that? No. No, I can't keep doing that. Now, this has been thoroughly debunked, if you're a hater, okay? The diary was published by a guy who turned out to be a disgraced pseudoscientist, and the Byrd Polar Research Center says there's no record supporting any of these claims. So it seems to be probably most likely complete and total nonsense, but it is fun to believe a little bit, maybe posit. It's fun to posit, like the apple in the head. Everyone with me now, imagine an apple. Now imagine the apple has long, flowing blonde hair and is covered with Nazi symbols. And he's in a hollow earth from the inside and he says, "Don't use nuclear bombs, I'm a Nazi." Or whatever the It is a really insane theory, but it's a funny one. I mean, I've got to be real, it's quite hilarious. All that aside, the fact remains, Carl Disk vanished from a station named after the man at the center of one of the biggest conspiracy theories ever, and the biggest of America. Okay, guys, back to the strange lights. The classified documents show that there were UFO sightings across Antarctica in the early 1960s. July 1962, Holland Station reported a bright light that traveled across the sky from south to north, then hovered and flashed. There were similar sightings at other bases around the same time period. And during the search for Carl Disk, multiple people reported unusual lights in the distance and strange sounds that they could not identify. Scientists say most of these can be explained by atmospheric phenomena, auroras, ice crystals, temperature inversions, but the reports exist, and they are real, and they're right here on the screen. Thank you, Tara. She has just like a direct line right to declassified reports about UFOs. She's so good at putting them in there. She's awesome. All right, guys. Let's get a few smash likes for Tara. So where does that leave us? A brilliant young scientist walks away from safety in the middle of a blizzard. His footprints are deliberate and purposeful. They lead for miles, then they just stop. He'd been acting strange for weeks. Maybe the isolation was getting to him. Maybe he's snapping under. Maybe it was something entirely different. The dog vanishes 3 months later. Strange lights are reported both times. Fits the profile of unexplained disappearances, and he vanished from a station named after a man surrounded by conspiracy theories. For 6 years, that's where the story sat. Unsolved, unexplained, another victim of the ice. Until the winter of 1971. 6 years after Carl Disk walked into the ice and never came back, the radio operators at McMurdo Station started receiving strange transmissions. McMurdo Station, that's the station that Windows tries to get contact with after the Norwegians shoot everything US out. Thing. Alright, guys?
US number 31 calling McMurdo. Urgent. Come in. Over. Great.
So, the radio operators at McMurdo started receiving some bizarre transmissions. The transmissions came through the AA2 weather circuit, which is the system that Antarctic stations use to relay messages across the continent. Russian stations, French stations, Argentinian stations, they'd pick up transmissions and pass it along to McMurdo. And the messages all had the same header. CQ, CQ, DE, NBN, NBN, QSP, NGD, NGD. In radio shorthand, that translates to, any station, this is Brockton Station, pass this message to McMurdo Station. The sender identified himself as Carl Disk. Now, I'm going to read some of these messages, and they're insane. They're not paraphrased. These are the actual words that came through the radio. The first message said, I am Carl Disk. To the world, I am dead. They believe that my body is but a pinpoint frozen hard to the surface of this white continent. I say to you, I, Carl Disk, live. The message continued. Do not for one moment think that it was a mistake. Everything was planned. They pushed me, tormented me, and bored me with their shallow lies. I left them behind, disowning the race called humans. The messages kept coming week after week. They were published in the station newsletter, which was a little paper called the McMurdo Sometimes, which is a hilarious name. People passed them around, read them aloud, and tried to figure what the was going on, to be honest. Another message read, on a bleak Saturday night 6 years ago, I walked out the door of Longwire Station. I never returned. They searched for me as I knew they would, following my straight and deliberate steps for several miles. They never found me, and not one of them realized that they had been tricked. And if we remember, his footprints were in fact deliberate, and they did in fact go for miles. So whoever wrote this knew some details of the search, and they knew the mystery surrounding it. And whoever wrote it, or if it was Carl Disk, they gave the tone of the messages this narcissistic, almost megalomaniacal, I'm better than you, sort of virtue signaling weird vibe. It's really strange. It's like an alien wrote it, seriously. One of the messages even said, I, Carl Disk, the most alone man in the world. Another, I am a genius. In the early recollections of my childhood, I was aware that I was exceptional. They sensed it too. Because of it, they were afraid of me. There was even a backstory. The messages claimed Carl had been orphaned as a baby and that his parents were killed in a Nebraska tornado when he was barely a year old. Then he was adopted adopted by an elderly couple with the surname Disk. The message says, "We'll call him Carl Disk," she said with great enthusiasm. The agony had begun. Now, we don't know if that's true. Couldn't find any records to confirm or deny it, but someone wrote it, and someone transmitted it across Antarctica, claiming for it to come from a dead man. That's real. But was he an orphan baby child? I don't really know about orphan baby child. It gets stranger, unfortunately, guys. The radio operators at McMurdo contacted the foreign stations that had relayed the messages. The Russian station, the French station, the Argentine station, and they all confirmed the originating call sign was NBN, which is Brockton. There's just one problem. Brockton Station was a summer-only facility, a weather station and fuel pit about 300 miles from McMurdo out in the middle of the Ross ice shelf. It operated from October to February, and the rest of the year it was completely vacant, not a human being. All right, guys, no personnel, no power, no none. And these messages came during winter, which is not summer. So if someone was transmitting from Brockton Station in the middle of the Antarctic winter, they would have been alone in one of the most remote places on Earth with no official support, in complete darkness, and in temperatures that would kill an unprotected person in minutes. All right? For months. They were sending weekly messages claiming to be a scientist who died 6 years earlier. Then also the dog. Remember the dog, Gus Strastrugus? Whatever his name was? The station husky who disappeared 3 months after Carl. One of the messages talked about the dog. It claimed that Carl, or whoever was writing this, had lured Gus away from the station using, quote, cans of smoked oysters marinated in Fanny's secret barbecue sauce and skewer gizzards pickled in fermented beetroot juice. That's some wildly specific insanity. So whoever wrote these messages knew the dog had disappeared, they knew the timeline, they knew the details that only someone at the stations would know, and the messages kept coming for months. Then around Windfly, which are the first flights back to Antarctica after the winter isolation ends, after that they just stop. No explanation, no final transmission, they stop. And to this day, nobody knows who sent them, if they were real. The official position is that it was an elaborate hoax. Someone with clear knowledge of the radio and a very dark sense of humor decided to mess with people's heads in Antarctica, which is crazy, but also epic. No one ever came forward, no one ever claimed responsibility, and whoever did it had access to details about Carl's disappearance that were not widely known. But that's also not the end of it still, because between the time in which he disappeared and the time in which the messages were transmitted, people were seeing Carl. For 3 years after Carl disappeared, rumors spread across Antarctica, across the 50 people there. Researchers at different stations, hundreds of miles apart, reported seeing a ghost-like figure, a man traveling with a dog in places where no one should be. Then, for the next 3 years after that, the sightings changed. The man was seen alone with no dog. And sometimes people said they would hear him calling out into the wind, Gus, Gus, Gus. That seems like a bullshit campfire ghost story. I like it. Now, researching this video, I found 2 specific accounts from the Erebus Club, that was the bar at McMurdo Station. Both of them documented in emails shared among Antarctic veterans. The first one happened sometime between October 1978 and February 1979, many years after Carl went missing and many years after the radio transmissions. A fellow was working as the club manager. It was his first summer on the ice. And one night after closing, he was alone in the club counting the money. He had his back to the room, working at the safe, when he felt someone or something behind him. He turned around, and there was an old man standing at the end of the bar. The man was dressed in old, gray, cold-weather gear, and he had a white beard and white hair, just standing there, looking at him. The manager turned back to the safe for a second, and just a second, when he looked back, the man was gone. He searched the entire club, checked the doors. There was no way anyone could have gotten in or out that fast, and the place was completely empty. He said, quote, I'm certain today, as I was then, I had seen a man standing at the end of the bar. But when he told people what had happened, a guy named Billy Ace told him, you saw Carl Disk. And this guy became known as the guy who saw the ghost in the Erebus. The second account is from a different witness in a different year. This person was also closing up the club, the Erebus. He was alone, taking the money out of the register. They sent someone in the room, turned around, boom. They saw a man and a dog. Same as the first one, turned back to put the money away, turned back, gone. The completely real witness said, quote, really spooky. It scared the shit out of me, but I know I saw someone. A man and a dog. They seemed a man and a dog. then just a man calling for a dog, then sightings at the bar, first a man alone, then a man with his dog. These accounts came from researchers, scientists, military personnel, people who worked in Antarctica, not really people who nowadays, they're not ghost hunters really. But then again, yeah, they're officials. I believe them. So, very bizarre story regardless. I totally glossed over it in the first video. I regret that. But now we've got this. More of a deep dive, more of an exploration into this Antarctica rabbit hole, guys. So what exactly do we do with a story like this? 25-year-old scientist walks away from safety into the Antarctic winter. His footprints lead for miles, deliberate, purposeful. They just stop. 3 months later, the dog vanishes. 6 years of silence. Then radio messages start arriving from a vacant station in the middle of winter, written in the voice of a dead man, claiming he planned the whole thing, claiming he lured the dog away, and claiming that he's a alien, beautiful, long, blonde hair. He disowned the race called humans. The messages stopped just as suddenly as they started. No one ever comes forward. For decades later, people keep seeing him. There's a man in old gray gear, sometimes with a dog, sometimes alone, calling out a name. There's a place in Antarctica now called Disk Promontory. It is an ice-covered ridge about 6 miles long in the Queen Elizabeth Range. They named it after Carl, and Carl Disk was the only fatality the Central Radio Propagation Laboratory ever suffered in all of their years of Antarctic research. His family buried an empty casket in Wisconsin. His body was never found. I have no idea what happened to Carl Disk. Maybe he had a mental break and walked into the ice to die. Maybe someone extracted him to Russia and the messages were some kind of strange cover story. Maybe something stranger happened. I have no idea. It was a long time ago. If you made it this far, I would genuinely like to know what you guys think. Leave a comment. Is it a hoax, a mental break, something else entirely? I'll see you all in the next video. Antarctica claimed
Little Willie, 2 guns in the house. Get up, Little Willie. Kill it, Little Willie. Hey, buddy, what's up?
I don't know.
Is something in there? Let's see. Oh, yeah. That's some shepherd's pie, no?
No.
You want any?
No.
That's too bad, except we're having for dinner tonight, too. They're not the same one. I gotta make you do one. Maybe shepherd's pie with, sausage instead of hamburger, okay? Yes. Yikes. Holy shit, buddy. Oh, fuck.
Full disclosure, I got another cold. I just do. And
Oh.
so I may be wiping my nose and clearing my throat. I just got over one. I just got my voice back, but thank you so much for being here. I just want to plug through this because it was a really big day again. I've been dropping these podcasts really late at night because
Holy
I
fuck.
wait for everything. I basically watch the news so you can and the Twitters and everything else. But I got a huge collection of developments in the Nancy Guthrie case, not the least of which is something that is just sort of massive, and we're only finding out about it on day 12. They found a glove. No, not the one you think you know about. Not the one they found yesterday on the side of the road. The FBI picked it up on the side of the highway. They found a glove inside Nancy Guthrie's home. So they've had that for a while, because they've been in there for a while, right? And now this glove has taken on a bit of a life of its own in terms of politics and anger and sniping, and I've got something else to tell you about tonight with regard to all that. Everybody's piling on the sheriff because he's sent the glove off for testing to a lab in Florida. Apparently everyone's saying the FBI is being blocked from key evidence. I don't know that that's entirely true, and I will tell you why. I've talked to a couple of people tonight, somebody who knows the FBI processing inside and out. She has a very different take on it.
What?
So I'm going to get to that in just a minute, but this glove was apparently sent to a Florida lab and not to Quantico, and that may not be a bad thing. Shock. And then also the sheriff himself, who has said he's not going to have any news conferences, he'll, not going to do any one-on-one interviews, he'll let us know what we need to know when we need to know it. But he spoke to a local reporter, not just any local reporter. He told the anchor of KOLD, Mary Coleman, who was the recipient of one of the alleged ransom emails. He told her some things about this back and forth between, you know, the FBI and the sheriff that's just taking on a life of its own in the media. I'm going to get to that as well. If you were watching a lot of the news today, you probably saw a big hullabaloo about the white tent that went up in Nancy's entranceway. Yep, forensic investigators erected a tent, put the sides down, and went to work, but not before a lot of reporters saw the stuff they were carrying in. So I'm going to show you exactly what it was they were carrying in, and then the work product came out, bam, like within a couple of hours of them closing up that tent. They only had the tent up for about an hour, but they gave us a description of the suspect, of that guy, that eerie, freakish night terror of a criminal who showed up on Nancy's front doorstep on that video camera, right? So they've got a description. I'm going to give that to you as well. They also have the make of the backpack, formerly black 25-liter Ozark Trail hiker pack. And then another backpack man surfaced today. Some other dude right around the same time, 5 miles away, carrying what looked like a similar backpack. I've got the resolution to all of that as well. And then guess what? This was about a week ago, week and a half ago, I reported that my source told me that the cameras were smashed, plural, Nest cameras were smashed. Well, we've got clarification, they're certainly Nest cameras. And now there is a report that came from Michael Ruiz with Fox Digital. Entrance. First though, I just have to thank you again for being here. Please subscribe, it really helps. I'm not sure if that's how you, just click that thing down below, whatever it is. It really does help as an independent journalist to keep this podcast going if you subscribe. It doesn't hurt, it doesn't cost you anything. I actually subscribe to people's podcasts too, so it would do me a solid. So I do ask you, please, from the bottom of my heart, subscribe. If you're already subscribed, thank you for being in this community.
Do me a solid.
I think we're all of the same ilk. We're mindful of how much we want Nancy Guthrie to come home alive and unharmed physically. Obviously, mentally, it would be different. But we were also just sort of obsessed with how the hell this thing actually happened and what happened. Right? It's just so perplexing. And so with you, I feel as though we're in this together, sort of this crowdsourcing crime solving, and mark my words, the true crime community does a lot of this. They found Gabby Petito, for God's sake. So yeah, you're important, and you're important to me, and I couldn't do this without you. And I also couldn't do this without my sponsors, and I've got a really good one that I absolutely love. I've got a bunch of it in my freezer right now. Wild Grain. If you haven't checked it out yet, you have to. It's the first Bake from Frozen subscription box for sourdough bread. Love it. Artisanal pastries, fresh pastas, and everything bakes in like 25 minutes or less. What's even better is that everything they have is real. The ingredients, you can actually pronounce them. So I'm super obsessed with the sourdough bread. I have it for breakfast every morning. Yeah, with like yummy butter. And during the cold winter days that I've been dealing with for the last month, it's been really nice to be able to bake it because you can smell it while you're at the house. These boxes also are all fully customizable, so, you know, kind of nice to have your own choices, right? Now is the best time to stay in, actually, with this cold weather everywhere, and just enjoy some comforting homemade meals with Wild Grain. I highly recommend giving them a try, and right now, Wild Grain is offering you, because of me, $30 off your first box, and also free croissants for life. Are you kidding me? Just go to wildgrain.com/Banfield. Again, wildgrain.com/Banfield. Start your subscription today. You get $30 off your first box, free croissants for life when you visit wildgrain.com/Banfield, or you can use the promo code Banfield at checkout. Okay, let me start going through this day.
Croissants, they're also called crescent rolls. Hey, Sarah Bear.
I start filling them up, and I got a lot today. And I'm gonna go to sort of like most recent events to least recent events. So kind of like what happened tonight, and then finish off with all the things that were happening all the way through to this morning. And again, it's February 12th, Thursday, as I'm recording this.
Well, I thought it was a half hour later than it is. That's wild.
Friday the 13th. It just occurred to me. Okay, just be careful.
Why?
The black cat thing I don't believe in, but okay. So, Fox News Digital was the first to report this, and then everybody sort of jumped on it as well and confirmed it that a glove was found in Nancy Guthrie's home, right? Remember how the homicide squad was there that day on February 1st, the Sunday, when she was reported missing? They came in, and the sheriff said the homicide squad was there. And we were all like, wait, what? She's reported missing, but you brought in the homicide squad? So they probably would have found that glove right away, right? My source told me there was blood inside the home. My thoughts are they probably found that glove. And you know what? Thank God. Because I can tell you this. Gloves are a mine of information, right? There's so much information in a glove. Those plasticky, latexy ones, you sweat in them. And your sweat is your DNA, so you sweat all over the inside of the glove and you leave your DNA behind. But you also leave fingerprints in there. Sometimes there's a little bit of powder in there, and if you sweat a lot and the powder gets used up, you still could leave some really good prints in a glove, right? And when you put a latex glove on, flap, it pulls skin cells, right? So gloves are really good for the DNA of the perpetrator. And then, of course, on the outside of the glove, you would want to know that Nancy's DNA is on the outside. But since it's found in her house, I'm guessing Nancy's DNA is on the glove. So that's a good thing. Multiple outlets were reporting that the sheriff sent that glove off for testing to a Florida lab, a private Florida lab. And then, everything blew up, right? Everybody went fucking apeshit over this. So I want to set the record straight on what all that means. And I'm also going to read for you what the sheriff told a local KOLD journalist named Mary Coleman. She's the anchor of KOLD who was the recipient of that first alleged ransom overture.
I don't know. Well,
lots of outlets have reported that the sheriff blocked the FBI from key evidence in sending this glove off to the Florida lab. Wow, that sounded awful and nasty and mean and all the rest. And I'm a bit pissed off that the sheriff's talking to Mary Coleman and not the rest of us, because he said he's not doing one-on-one interviews and he's not giving press conferences. But you know what? Good for Mary. She got good reporting. Here's what she wrote on her Twitter. I still call it Twitter. I just spoke with the sheriff and I asked him about this article from Reuters. Reuters had this report about sending the glove off to the He tells me there's been no evidence blocked in this case, but says the department did want all evidence submitted to the same lab versus multiple labs. He says in a meeting with the FBI today, one of the agents said, quote, "We do not want the media to divide us." We've also reached out to the FBI for response on this. The sheriff said there is still no sign of Nancy, but they have, quote, leads. Again, that's Mary Coleman's reporting. She scored an interview with the sheriff. Good for her. But let's talk a little bit about this. I talked to Maureen O'Connell tonight.
What?
If you don't know Maureen O'Connell, you should. She's a retired FBI special agent, 25 years, runs her own personal security operation on the West Coast. She's super smart, really skilled. She's been, at this game a long time. And I was surprised when I asked her to weigh in on this. She said, "I don't think that's such a bad thing." I said, "Wait,
what
now?" Because everybody's reporting that the FBI and the local sheriff are at loggerheads and the glove went off to the Florida lab and damn it, the FBI didn't have access. And she said, no, I don't think it's a bad thing at all. In fact, she went further and she said to me that there is a private lab and she thinks, she's not sure, but she thinks that the lab that the sheriff sent the glove to might be the DNA Labs International in Deerfield Beach, Florida. And if that is the lab, they solved the Colonial Parkways murder cases. When I say solved, like a lot. Like at least six murders are now attributed to a dead guy through this lab. And they're looking at potentially tagging another 15 more murders on him as well. The guy was Alan Wade Wilmer Sr. He murdered 2 young women in 1986, another one in 1988. And like I said, they've already, this lab, if they went to DNA Labs International, Deerfield Beach, Florida with that glove, Maureen O'Connell says they're good. They're really good. And that there's not that antagonism necessarily automatically if you're using a private lab. So let's just throw a little cold water on that. I do know that there is acrimony in that department. My source told me about that a week ago Tuesday. A lot of acrimony in that department. And then there's been an exodus from the department as well, the Sheriff's Department. Look, police have taken it on the chin for the last 5 years, and there's been an exodus in general policing. So that might be also a factor. And that there's a, homicide guys,
You want
from
to
what
eat?
I have gathered, there's a lot of new
What?
guys on that force.
What do you want?
I'm not throwing water on them. They're new. They've got some, they got to put in their time.
What?
But the older, more experienced guys
What
have,
did you say,
have
what?
left, and so there might be some newer blood that
Don't
doesn't
say I
have
don't
all
know.
the
Tell me
experience
what
and the
I need.
gumshoes from, that preceded them.
All right.
So that's the way I read into
up to
this
you.
glove business, and I would wait to hear a little bit more reporting as to whether there is this antagonism between the feds and the locals. I know everybody has said it's taken a long time to bring the feds into the fold. That may have already been a mistake, and the sheriff already owned that one too. I think he said, okay, that's on me for releasing the scene. I'm not sure if he said that's on me for bringing the feds in later. I think he did, but it's something else that in the Reuters article that is interesting is that the law enforcement source that spoke with Reuters, a federal law enforcement source, said that the sheriff has spent $200,000 to send evidence to the Florida lab. That's fine.
What?
That's not much. If there's a lot of work that needs to be done and it needs to be tested, fine. There's also there's a clock ticking.
$200,000
When you're trying
in
to
a
solve a
shit
murder,
to be tested?
there isn't a clock ticking, so to speak, but when you're trying to find a missing person, there is. Because the number one priority is to find Nancy alive. And so, spend that money, find that DNA, rush job, all of that. I get that. Rush job, yeah. 200,000, boy, I hope there's more than just a glove being sent to that lab. And I hope it is that lab, DNA Labs International, Deerfield Beach, Florida. They solved the Colonial Parkway's murder cases. Thank you. Othram Labs down in Texas. They solved the Brian Koberger case. These private labs are good. So we shouldn't shit on anybody for using them. And I hope that the acrimony that's being reported between the sheriff and the feds is not what it sounds like in the press. And I hope that it's not the press ginning it all up. Everybody should take a step back because this work is hard. It's hard doing it under the microscope. And it's hard when there's this many reporters, that are getting information. It's a big job and it's a lot, and there's a woman's life at stake. So I'm always wanting to offer some grace. I also want to mention this because I've been at this game for 38 years. So long. 12 days is not very long. It is an eternity for the Guthrie family who want their mother home. I get that. But 12 days to solve a crime is nothing. It takes a lot longer. And if you talk to the cold case guys, it can take decades, right? I hope that's not the case here. But I think when we all looked at the Spencer and Monique Tepe story, it took 10 days to track Michael McKee and arrest him, allegedly for these double murders. That's 10 days. And they had everything. They had like the popcorn trail on video, right? So that was quick. That was really quick. And we're at 12 days right now, and I know it's frustrating. People want resolution. People want to see Nancy home and safe. But 12 days isn't a long time. And patience is your friend when you're an investigator. You wait for the guy, obviously, to feel comfy and screw up. And let's just hope they're as dumb as they usually are, and that they're going to screw up. There was earlier reporting today as well that the sheriff's office is confirming testing is underway on multiple gloves. Multiple gloves. But we saw one on the side of the road. The New York Post was right there. We talk about great reporting. They were right there filming. They got the video of the agents getting that glove on the side of the road about a mile and a half, I think, from Nancy's house. Don't know what the result of that is, and I'm sure we won't for some time. But then multiple gloves. Fox News was reporting Trace Gallagher out in front of Nancy's house last night that they found a pair of gloves, and now this report
There's
that
gloves
there was a
everywhere.
single glove that was found in Nancy's home, and that it was sent off for testing. So multiple gloves are being tested. Good, great, happy to hear that. Let's hope that the guy who was wearing them, if it was a guy, is in the CODIS system, right? Because what you do is you get the DNA and you put it into CODIS, and if he's got a criminal record, boop, up he comes, and then you can start doing a little bit more gumshoe work, detective work after that. I heard something today that floored me. former Pima County Sheriff's SWAT commander said that the county itself, Pima County, is the size of Rhode Island and Connecticut combined. Just think about that for a second. Pima County itself, just the county, is the size of Rhode Island and Connecticut combined. So that is a lot of ground to cover, right? For this department, for these officers, and a lot of ground for them to cover as well in this investigation. It's just, I wasn't expecting that. I wasn't expecting it to be that big. To that end, the FBI, since February 1st, which was when Nancy Guthrie was reported missing, the feds have received 13,000 tips. The feds, remember we heard yesterday, since Feb 1, 18,000 tips have come into the Sheriff's Department? 13,000 have come into the feds. It's amazing. They also said that every single one of them is assessed. And this is great, I love this, because I love the formal language that they use. They said each of these tips is assessed by threat intake examiners. Threat intake examiners. And they do this at the National Threat Operations Center. So, it's a big deal. They also said that they've got a 24-hour command post now set up on this case. And I heard that they were going around the clock before. I thought it was just, it was just colloquial, but it's true. They're working 24 hours. So, I wanted you to see, I got a lot more for you, but I just wanted to bring you some color from the crime scene and all the reporters who were lined up along the street where Nancy Guthrie lives. And I'm using present tense. Nancy Guthrie lives on that street, and I hope she comes home to that house. And Brian Entin is out there all day in the pounding sun, collecting information, gathering data, talking to sources, interviewing people. And then he stopped down for a bit today to do something for us, just to bring us there. And this is like, I don't know, it's repertorial, because when you're transported to the location, suddenly you get a very different feel for what it's like to investigate there, report there, be there. And he did what's called like the ride along. He drove his car and he took us on a ride along to show us Nancy's neighborhood, how complex it is. Imagine how dark it would be at night with no lights, because apparently they got an agreement that they can't have lights in this neighborhood with the University of Arizona because of some kind of astronomy research program. But here's Brian Entin's drive around, and I just think it's really enlightening.
And I just don't think people realize there's an entire generation of people who remember both rotary phones and the first iPhone launch, and psychologists can't quite figure out where to put them.
Yeah.
If you were born between 1976 and 1985,
I was.
You're on the tail end of Gen X, but you're hardly a millennial, even though everyone keeps trying to shove you into one of those boxes.
I am one of them.
You're what researchers started calling a zennial around 2014. And some sociologists
Gen X and
even labeled this group a microgeneration because the window is so specific. What happened during that specific slice of history created something that's genuinely worth examining. So today we're going to explore what makes them interesting from a psychological perspective. From the start, you spent your childhood in an analog world where boredom was just something you sat with. You had to actually remember phone numbers. And not to mention the dread if you missed your favorite TV show, it was just gone. Yet one day, right as you were moving into adulthood, the entire world went digital. Not gradually. Suddenly, the timing of this shift had consequences that are still playing out. Most generations grow up entirely in one technology
I was
paradigm
16.
or other.
Ready to
Zennials,
become
however,
an adult.
went through both of these life-defining experiences during the years when you were still discovering yourself. Your late teens looked very different to your 20s, and the disparity in age was far wider than most generations experienced.
Yeah, no shit.
Consider the implications of this on your daily life. Remember how much of your teens were spent passing physical notes in class, or having conversations that disappeared into thin air, or making plans where you weren't able to text running late or where are you? You just showed up and hoped your friends would be there. That required a completely different kind of trust and commitment than what exists now.
Yep.
But then you were in your 20s and saw everyone get cell phones. You registered with Friendster, next MySpace, then Facebook. Prior to social media, most people only had 3 different ways to contact someone, either their home or work phone, or just by showing
I got
up at
a
their
million.
house. Then suddenly you have 17 different messaging apps, and you simply figured it out. During your formative years, you experienced both worlds. According to research on brain development, the prefrontal cortex, the region that mediates our ability to adapt to new situations and learn complex skills, is still maturing until roughly the age of 25. A study published in Nature Neuroscience
Who's
found
cute,
that
I
this
wonder?
region matures well into the 20s. This means that Xennials were still in this high plasticity window when the technological landscape went through a complete overhaul.
Yep.
You were young enough that picking up new technology felt natural, but old enough to remember what came just before it.
Yeah.
Due to being adults when technology first appeared, Gen Xers can sometimes be a bit skeptical of technology. Millennials, particularly the younger ones, have no real memory of life without the internet. If you're a Xennial, though, you've experienced both things, which has created a kind of bilingualism that is pretty rare. You can have a face-to-face conversation without checking your phone every 30 seconds, but you also don't get anxious about learning new software. You remember what it felt like to be genuinely unreachable for hours at a time, which is an experience a lot of younger people simply don't have. But you're also not intimidated by technology the way some older generations are. And this shows up in ways you might not even notice. Like, you probably have a different relationship with privacy than other generations.
Yeah.
You grew up in a world where your embarrassing moments just faded into memory, instead of living forever on social media. That 7th grade haircut, that breakup, that drunk night at a party, there's no photo evidence. It just exists in the stories people tell. This creates a fundamentally different relationship with your past. Your memories could evolve, could become stories, could change shape over time the way human memory naturally works. You aren't trapped by documentation.
Whoa.
Research on autobiographical memory suggests that the way we store and recall personal experiences is actually quite fluid. Our brains are designed to edit memories, keep what matters, and let the rest fade. When everything is permanently documented and searchable, that natural process gets complicated in ways we're still trying to understand. But here's where things get messy. You also entered the job market right around the 2008 financial crisis, which means a lot of you experienced significant economic instability during the exact years when you were supposed to be establishing your careers.
That's true.
That timing matters more than people realize. Research on economic hardship shows that financial trauma during this life stage can have lasting psychological effects. People who experience job loss or financial instability during this life stage often carry those experiences forward, even after their situations improve. It shapes how you think about money, security, and risk in ways that don't easily go away. So you've got this generation that learned to adapt to massive technological change, but also got economically burned right when you were trying to build stability. You can navigate change because you had to, but you might also have this underlying current of what if it all falls apart again running through your decision making. And nobody really talks about this combination. The cultural conversation about generations tends to pit Gen X against millennials, as if everyone born after 1965 and before 2000 is basically the same. But the specific years you were born in, especially during periods of rapid change, create distinct experiences that don't fit into those broad categories.
That's it in my ear popped.
Xennials deal with a paradox that's honestly pretty unusual. You have the self-reliance and skepticism of Gen X because you grew up before helicopter parenting became standard. Your parents probably didn't know where you were for hours at a time, and that was just normal. You learned to solve problems on your own, to entertain yourself, to deal with boredom and frustration without immediate adult intervention. However, you also reached adulthood during the early days of the internet, when technology was still thought to connect everyone and solve everything, before we all realized it might be actually making some things more complicated. It is odd to find yourself there, independent and cooperative, doubtful yet optimistic, digital but analog.
Oh, what is that
seems to
turd?
define
What is
Xennials
that turd?
this ability to hold contradictions
Yo!
without it feeling weird. You remember the before and the after, which means you're able to see what was gained and what was lost. Perhaps you're not as nostalgic for the past in the same way Gen X might be, since you genuinely appreciate.
Did you say that's her? No way.
Making it appear?
But who's on the surveillance there? I mean, that's crazy. If you stage it, why are you gonna even bring someone to the scene there looking like that? some people feel Tommaso's innocent. You know, some people in the chat are saying, "How dare you say he did it? There's no proof. There's no evidence." We don't know what they have. You might be right. We don't know if there's any proof, evidence, whatever that points to Tommaso. But we can discuss what has been done in this case. And what has been done is things at their home. It appears consent. I don't know by both parties consent. Annie could consent. Annie could be totally blinded by, you know, this could be all Tommaso's making, and Annie's in the dark about it. It's a possible scenario too. I mean, people assume, well, Tommaso and Annie's in on it together. Maybe it's just Tommaso. Maybe it's just Annie. I don't know. As discussed by law, consent to search a property only is required by one person. If multiple people own a property, the consent is only by one person. The only way a consent can be null and voided is if both parties are at the property and one denies while they're there at the property. They deny.
That's what I did.
No. If one says yes and the other person says no while they're there, then the no supersedes the yes. But if they're not there at the property, then all it takes is one person to consent to go in there. We don't know if Annie and Tommaso are together. We don't know where Tommaso is. Tommaso's like been just radio silent. I mean, the last guy to drop her off. In the timeline that has been presented in front of us, but you know, we've learned different things as it comes. You know, we hear certain people dropped her off, and now it's just a lot of other things with Nancy in the church. Originally, the sheriff said she went to church with her friends online. I mean, for days we're wondering, how the heck did she get to church?
Who?
They went in there, took evidence out of that house. They came out with boxes. They went in there to celebrate. Digital. The ICAC, the Internet Crimes Against Children, were there. They're going around neighbors, looking in drainage pipes, looking in RVs. I've seen it, going through the terrain, going in people's homes, in that area, in their neighborhood, almost 3 blocks away, and every house in between, going door to door, in that neighborhood. That neighborhood has nothing to do with this neighborhood. Nancy was taken from this neighborhood. Why are they going in that neighborhood? Feds. Explain to me. If Tommaso and Annie, if they don't think they had anything to do with it, why are they going door to door in their neighborhood? So many comments are coming on. I'm not seeing all of them.
Modern conveniences too. However, unlike many of the younger generations, you still recognize what we gave up. You lost the ability to be truly alone with your thoughts without effort. You lost the patience that comes from waiting. You lost a certain kind of presence that existed when there wasn't always something else competing for your attention. You gained connection, information, and possibilities your younger self couldn't have imagined. If you're a Zennial, you probably feel like you talked about this 2-mile radius. Too young for some things and too old for others. Caught between two worlds. It's not a fault. That's actually the defining feature of your generation's experience. In a world that keeps changing faster than anyone can predict, having lived through one massive transition might be one of the most valuable things you could have learned. You've adapted to a transitional lifestyle. The environment in which you were raised doesn't necessarily have to be the one in which you live forever. The Zennial experience is worth knowing about because of that, more than anything. Not because you're special in some superior way, but because you lived through a specific moment in history that taught you something the rest of us are still trying to figure out. How to adapt without losing yourself in the process. If this resonated with you, I'd really appreciate you subscribing. And if you want to help me keep making content like this,
What do you mean how to adapt without losing yourself in the process? You continue to be the self that you are with different surroundings. Are you fucking joking? That's the craziest shit I ever heard.
I guess she's saying her sources are telling her that. And the cars that we know about in this case so far, so Nancy Guthrie, apparently she drives a Subaru, or it looks like Subaru or Forester, that was towed. Tommaso and Annie were seen driving a blue Honda CRV, that's their only vehicle. That was according to the neighbors. And then Cameron was seen driving a white Toyota Camry. And supposedly neighbors had also mentioned a gray truck in the area, though no make or model or license plate has been provided.
There you guys.
And it does look like there's trails over there and everything like that.
They said it was lingering for days, really.
Because maybe the suspect left here, shot out to Campbell, started shooting down south, threw the glove out the window of the side of the road on Campbell, shot down to that area. She's got to be somewhere. She's got to be somewhere, you know, and dumped or by the river. Maybe we'll take a walk down. Maybe we'll go down there later. We'll go check out. Maybe we'll go. Just look, scour the area. But authorities further north at Campbell and Skyline asking for surveillance in that area, 2-mile radius. So
what is that he's drinking?
Early morning.
Back the bridge.
Is there any more information on the mask? Thank you for the 5. No.
Yeah, I'm gonna go there a little bit.
I've heard nothing else on the mask. I've heard people provide different possible locations, and the one that was mentioned from the scanner is the scanner points to a location 2.5 hours away, but somebody was saying that that scanner wouldn't have been for the city, Tucson or whatever. They think that the person somehow maybe mispronounced it, so people have guessed where that person was possibly talking about. Let me show you this map. Let's see the map. Thought I saved it. Thought I saved the map. Yeah. Google Earth. So, the ski mask, the location that was said on the scanner was someplace far away. I don't remember the place, Io or something. I was like, there's no way that's involved. But there's other locations that people have guessed that maybe they just mispronounced it.
Ahoy. At Botrix has joined the treasure hunt.
Nothing like that. Well, supposedly it was claimed that it was collected, but I don't know if that's true or not. I've seen no like official acknowledgement besides us hearing the audio on the scanner that a lady found a mask and thought it belonged. That it looked similar to the kidnappers. This is the 2-mile radius. This is from yesterday. The 2-mile radius. Law enforcement is asking for people to send them tips, send videos if you see any suspicious vehicles, persons. Basically,
Crew of pirates and raiders check their flintlocks and sharpen their cutlasses as they disembark for Black Heart Island. Results: Hatos here, 109,899,999,989. Botrix, 1,999,999,999,899. Ho ho. The entire crew escaped Black Heart Island alive. They celebrate with a chest full of gold and a belly full of rum.
You're gonna have to go back. They want people to go back and start scanning to see if they find anything. And now this is where the gloves were found. Nancy's house here. And gloves were found down here. On this road here. Annie Tommaso, Circle K, which people have said, oh, the Circle K is close There's 2 Circle K's. Circle K. Well, there's 3 Circle K. 3 different locations.
We're going soon.
They said truck. We'll see if we get more information about that.
Campbell Back Bridge. Thanks for the tip.
There's a white mysterious truck.
We'll go check out that Campbell Back Bridge.
Bonders, I feel like the address you sent me, I was a little confused by them. I don't know if it's correct.
JLR, why don't you have any mods?
It's not there,
We're
it's
free
not.
flowing it.
Free flowing,
There's
baby.
a particular person you don't like, go there and press the
Oh!
button.
And you know,
Our chat is lit.
I thought about this morning. I saw Elon Musk tweet this, and it made me think about the chat. People ask me too about mods and stuff. The mod stuff, more mods, more problem. More money is more problems. I'd rather not, honestly, for now. It's just, I'd rather not have mods. And if I have to, occasionally I'll go in there and I'll block somebody if they're really, like, messing and taking away from the chat or whatever, or spamming or whatever. Elon Musk. Somebody said, Twitter is such a goated app, it feels like a psych ward with no staff. Like, oh shit. Do we know how the dog died a few months prior? The dog died? What? Maybe this person poisoned the dog? The dog died a few months back? I didn't know about that.
Mount Lemon? All the way up to Mount Lemon?
Look into that.
At one point, I think we're gonna go up there. I don't know going through the Catalina Hills Parkway if we'll lose reception. But once you get up top of Mount Lemon, it's 5G up there. We can literally climb the top of the mountain. We can drive to it, and then you just have to get out of your vehicle and go up a little bit. We can go to the top of the mountain. We can try it. We'll do it. We'll do it this weekend. If Nancy's not found, we'll go this weekend. We'll go, what's tomorrow? Saturday? Or Sunday, we'll go on top of Mount Lemon.
Ooh.
With time sentence, law enforcement has to have information on car plates in and out of that area. The nighttime. I think the nighttime is hindering them. Nighttime. But every car and vehicle has some sort of digital footprints, particularly new cars. All types of things. Like most new cars are installed with Sirius satellite radio, OnStar, XM radio, different little key things that the automotive has that can track things and everything like that. But could the feds have a capability of like doing similar to like geofencing and CAST? Can they do that with vehicles, newer model vehicles, and determine what new vehicles or what vehicles are in a certain area? Do they have that technology to do that? I would think you do in a sense. Because these newer cars from like 2015 on, man, they know where you're at all times, and you're in that vehicle.
Yeah. Thank you for all the emails. The Ring video I just showed everybody. Everybody's now talking about this video. And like I said, the other night we went through this. I don't mind just recapping real quick, but there was one night came on super late after everybody got off, and we went and looked through the videos. And so people are now just kind of catching up and going through the publicly available videos. So they think he looks similar, I guess, or something. Thank you for that email. Let's see. Yeah, I got like 4 emails about this. They're saying, well, maybe the eyebrows. I don't know. Maybe the eyebrows will kind of. Many people are talking about this. I don't know that this person that did this to Nancy is just somebody. I mean, it could be, I guess, roaming the neighborhoods, going up to different cameras, and decided, you know what, for Nancy's though, this time I'm going to get dressed up and put on this mask and gloves and, a little flashlight stuff and sophisticated and turn up, But that's what everybody's kind of talking about right now, in case you missed it. There's that. Let me see my other emails here. Car chase. Oh, there was a car chase last night. I'll tell you, I was awake, but I was already getting ready to go to I didn't get out of bed, man, because I was like, I'm not gonna waste my time when I could sleep and get the energy for today because we're gonna be on all day. And I know that most of those chases, most of the time now, are a waste of time. And that's what that turned out to be. It was like a gang thing. I think they had guns, but I think like 10 minutes later or something, it was over. I guess, you know. I'm looking at all the emails right now.
There's not many people out, even around here. Even in Florida, where I'm at, in Florida, I mean, it is congested as can be during the daytime. But as soon as it hits 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock at night, to 5, 6 a.m., no one's out there. Nobody knows anything. The sheriff is a bum, David says. Get that $100,000 reward, JLR, bring Nancy home. $100,000 reward. Donated
What are you doing?
to positive causes. If we find Nancy, it will be donated to all positive causes. We don't want to die. We'll donate it.
Oh, that's fine, though.
All to positive causes.
So this lady apparently is the one that put out the, I think the emails on this. We did talk about this yesterday, but, you know, it's still staying relevant. This is the actual artist that did this. Louise Gibson, I guess.
Waffles and sausage and eggs and cheese? What are you talking about? You don't want that. That's crazy talk. I was gonna make homemade McGriddles and he's like, nah.
Only things somewhat sure are eyes and parts.
If somebody offered me homemade McGriddles, I wouldn't be saying no, I'll tell you that. I'd say, why don't you smoke another joint, Dad?
I don't know what you guys think about that. And she is part of like the Houston Chronicle. And at this point, though, I mean, the only thing you can visibly see again, is the eyebrows, is the little mustache thing on the top. Everything else really is not gasp. I know she's experienced in it, but it's not feeling it to me. It's like the eye, you know. But still,
the thing that fucks me up the most about all this is they expect me to have. I'm living a normal fucking life with this shit going on, dude. Fuck off.
I didn't like it when the Brown University, you know, when that shooter got caught, and local authorities there having some sort of press conference there, and they're all patting each other on the back and congratulating each other, like it's some sort of celebration and stuff. Like they did great things in that case.
Lloyd Gibson isn't just an artist.
She's just like a slop.
She's a woman who has handled put more than 1,200 criminals behind bars. Wow. Her career is one of the most unusual combinations of art, memory, drama, and justice in modern American criminal history. She became known for producing forensic composites so accurate that prosecutors compare them to photographs. That's interesting. Man, she's a real deal then.
Who is?
When you first came into the CIA, and I think you had said this, but you were coming from the Air Force, correct?
Donald Trump is panicking. That is Google.
Yesterday, the day before, it was literally like 80 degrees, and the equipment gets hot and everything like that. This is cool. This is cool. Just drink coffee. Be cool.
So,
Sweatpants too. Or running sweat.
yeah, Nina also wrote me. She said that,
Sweatpants day. Trademark. Red and black. Alright, so yeah, that's what we're going to do this morning in a bit. We're going to go down to the bridge, down the road, the bottom of the Catalina foothills. And then we'll also look around that intersection just to prove a point that there's scammers there too, just like we went up the...
Scammers? Why is there scammers?
Atari is one of them. Lots of Atari in this room.
Morning, Miss Boots.
Morning.
About the other guy in the Nest photo video. Are you talking about the one? Which one are you talking about? The one that people were talking about, the one from yesterday all day long. They said he was cleared. You're talking about this guy? He was cleared yesterday. I had heard people say that Harvey supposedly went on Hannity. They said, oh, but that's not what my sources tell me. But they cleared this guy. But that's
Exclamation mark gamble 10,000. Rolled 90. At Bubble Boots 777 won 600,000 points and now has 20,013,219,966 points. Yeah.
Go. I'm not going to cooperate, but I'm going to send it my own. But here's the thing about it. The FBI needs to do it. They need that glove for them to do it. Private lab. Nate was probably sent to a private lab in reference to this case. Othram.
He's still going off. Wow.
Jeep girl. I changed my Jeep to a Ford. Thank you.
His burnout taillights.
The Jeep to a Ford. Bronco.
Yeah, I could look into that. There was a really good article explaining that.
How was your evening?
Othram, though, they're tight. They solve cases. Othram, IGG, Investigative Genetic Genealogy, IGG. It's a lab in Texas, and they solve a lot of cold cases. You know, they do those things, the cross-reference it with those genealogy sites, 23andMe, and those things, those different sites that people submit their DNA for ancestor type things. Sites.
The way they were able to get the data, even though that she wasn't paying a subscription and it seems like the camera's missing itself, they found residual data in the back-end system. And this is what we talked about yesterday.
It's so funny.
Criticizing, like, oh, but what about our privacy? And like, they're always reporting and having stuff in their database and all stuff. And so, some of the modern methods, some have on-device level storage that hold short clips even if the Wi-Fi power is cut off. Even without a subscription, tiny fragments.
Why are you listening to?
Might linger in Google's cloud backend as temporary.
Ice Meckle, whatever his name is, Ice
Who?
Mel.
And so it says forensic tools of Google's corporation.
I can't say his name properly.
Exclamation mark high stall.
Needle in the haystack, but possible because it was a different servers.
Mel, whatever his name is.
Ahoy. Captain Botrix is trying to get a crew together for a treasure hunt.
I was
Type
listening to that.
heist amount to join.
I don't know what her name is. She's swearing a lot though.
All that, and it just goes. And when the FBI is doing their room searches.
You're absolutely amazing. My producers ain't gonna let me miss nothing, right? So sorry, I was
So this Dolly Vision guy has producers is pretty impressive.
just trying to get some people in here with
Or that he knows to use the word producer.
we can get over here. It's just about spreading awareness.
Aww.
My evening was spent vomiting every liquid in my body.
That's really hot. Why were you so
A
sick?
crew of pirates and raiders check their flintlocks and sharpen their cutlasses as they disembark for Black Heart Island. Results. Botrix, 1,999,999,899. Ho ho. Botrix made it back from Black Heart Island with a handful of plunder and a tale of plenty.
Yeah, that's the guy, yeah. Ichtmel.
Ichtmel. Oh, okay.
Look nice, Michael. I hate the way he writes his name, dude.
Well, what my beautiful girlfriend sent, okay?
Okay, that's not even. He's got an alt. That's like. Ice MKEL or something. It's like schizophrenia, or what do you call it? The one where they transpose letters. I don't care anymore. I'm really upset, Boots.
I'm just sharing this out. Guys, if you're super cool out there and you're one of my mods, I want you to share my videos to Facebook groups. If you're blue in this channel,
I feel like the government's failing.
Prime Facebook group and share my video in it, okay? That's your job as a mod. So if you don't share it on your page, just share it in a join a true crime group that's discussing.
Oh, okay.
Oh, it's his girlfriend, Believe. Dolly Vision's producer.
Check this video out. It's Dolly, he rocks. Okay? So like what I'm doing is I'm members of true crime groups on YouTube, and I'm just going through and sharing them into groups. That way people can see it. There may be new people that are into true crime that don't know about Dolly Vision.
Yep.
And how cool we are over here.
Yeah.
And if you're a mod, that's your job as a mod is to share it in a few Facebook. You can share it in as many as you want, but at least share it in a couple.
Wow.
Like I'm just sharing right now, murdering victims right here. I'm part of that group. I'm sharing it into that group. So that way the people in the murdering victims group can see it. We share it as many places as we can. It'll help the channel grow.
How are you supposed to give somebody 24-hour supervision and jump through all these fucking hoops?
Hey Dolly,
and still be beholden to the fucking government's fucking insane scheduling.
Thank you so much. That is awesome. That's what I mean about new people discovering the channel. So we just gotta get
Like, I had to get my taxes done so bad 6 months ago. Why the fuck isn't the money here yet? I don't get it. It's a well-laid plan. Getting all fucked up by a clock. Cool.
Oh, I used to hang in his
seem
chat
like
a
nice
while
enough
ago.
people over there. Not like a lot of those other places where you like
Okay, let me see what my beautiful girl.
kiss the streamer's ass or get out of the chat. I hate that.
My future wife. Okay. Get the stickers out. You need to hand people something. I can't believe. Okay, I got you, PJ. Nancy is pushing up. I hope not, guys. I hope that's not the case. I hope that's really not the case.
He used
That's
to go on
awesome.
YouTube street walks and click panels to promote himself. It was fun.
Oh, I used to love fucking just going on random panels.
Somebody wrote me, said, Dollar, I saw Ella, Bluey,
You probably haven't seen me argue with too many dudes. Oh man.
Dude, I know. I'm sorry. It sucks. Fuck.
What can you do, right?
Exclamation mark high stall. Ahoy. Captain Bot Rix is trying to get a crew together for a treasure hunt. Type heist amount to join.
Right? And they're just like us. They're sitting around. If you're a celebrity, you still sit around and watch YouTube. There's been all kind of famous people watch this channel, you know. So, which is cool, you know. We get a lot of views here. We have a lot of subscribers. You just never know. Like, when I was in Georgia,
I got a weirdo that was stalky in there. Stop going.
like some millionaire lady, and she called down to jail and got me out of jail. I had no bond. The lady had so much power, she called the jail and they let me go. I was like, damn.
Those dudes are everywhere. I'm assuming it was a dude. Those people are everywhere.
You gotta get your shit, you gotta get
Whew.
out. I was like, damn. Now. So you just never know who's watching.
Results. Botrix. 1,999,999,999,899. A crew of pirates and raiders check their flintlocks and sharpen their cutlasses as they disembark for Black Heart Island. Ho ho. Botrix made it back from Black Heart Island with a handful plunder and a tale of plenty.
I'm just like anybody else.
Oh.
Now I went to jail in Georgia, and
Oh shit.
we just happened to have one of the fans that was watching was a millionaire bail bondsman. Matter of fact, shout out to her, the Blonde Bombshell. If you're in Savannah, Georgia area, and you get locked up, call the Blonde.
Exclamation
Oh my
mark
God.
high stall.
Not bombshell. Not bombshell. No.
I had to take a picture with their bulldog. Okay, they had a Georgia bulldog, and I had to take a picture with the dog. But I was sitting in jail with no bond, and she called down to the jail and got me out. Said, "Look, let him go." And the head of the jail
It really is her. Oh, that's crazy.
called in and said, "Hey, release him, fingerprint him, get him out of jail immediately." And then when I got out of jail, they were in the intro. You see the intro of my video? That's me getting out of jail, and all the deputies were lined up down the fence, and I was waving at them as I was walking out the jail. So I mean, a lot of cool people have watched the channel, and I thank everybody for the support. And like I said, we've had famous country singers come in here. We've had a lot of famous people.
Were the famous country singers Dolly?
They're sitting around bored like everybody else when they're not making movies and doing stuff, right? So they watch YouTube. YouTube is one of the biggest platforms in the world.
Yes, it is, sir. I've been telling people that for years, and nobody listens. Like, fuck you, dude. You think famous people don't know who the fuck I am, too? Fuck off.
I know Corey Feldman's came in.
Fuck you, Corey Feldman, bitch.
I know I talked to all his angels, his bandmates. Coming to the chat room back in the day. So I know Corey Feldman.
I love it.
He knows who I am.
This guy knows. Oh, that's so awesome.
But I was talking about the abuse in Hollywood, and I think that drew a lot of those people in because
It's so weird. YouTube famous is so much better.
I was still kind of covering things to do with true crime, like scandals and abuse and, of Hollywood kids, because I don't do monsters. And even when I was just doing entertainment news, I was still trying to expose monsters. So,
How many people has he got on this channel? Oh, 88.6, yeah. Yeah, he'll be feeling pretty YouTube famous, especially in Georgia. Holy fuck.
He went to jail from getting too wild on someone during one of these investigations.
That's so funny.
And if we can make people aware now, expose some of these people, I think that's the best thing we can do. So that's why I was talking about Corey Feldman, and that started bringing all Corey's people into the room.
Haha, it really does. If you start talking shit about Corey Feldman, all those people show up.
I don't know how you say his name. Let's go with 6 right there.
That's so funny.
Thank you.
He's got a team of people that watches the internet for his name.
I don't know how you say it. I don't want to murder it, so I'll just call you 6. Thank you, 6.
I think he was with Bullhorn better at the time.
It is getting cold out
So,
here, guys.
it looked like they released a photo of, so it was I think it was Nancy Guthrie, beside a picture of somebody wearing a ski mask, and it looked like her. I think it was Nancy Guthrie. It could be the neighbor. But it's weird. The one in the more white balaclava.
I showed the sketch just earlier. That's about what I would think he looked like. So I think it was a very good sketch.
Yeah, do you know who Bombshell is? You must. That lady's all over true crime, spewing money.
Let's see some of the new reports.
But I bet she pays JLR a lot.
The Pima County Sheriff says quite a number of gloves were found in the Nancy Guthrie investigation.
Quite a number of gloves.
The true value of
Like fucking probably everybody's wearing gloves.
I'll show it again, yeah. I have the full
Thursday
video.
night. Quite a number of gloves. Well, one glove in the house, that's being reported. The two gloves on the side of the road, that's 3 gloves. Quite a number of gloves, but dozens.
Dad, what the hell are they building over here? Look at this shit. They put up a whole city.
Of tents?
Where they got room for that? That shit all in the street. Cars coming. Let's go watch this.
That Betty lady's funny. What is that?
You have to move it. You're above the split, and it turns into a one-lane road, and it impedes the ingress and egress of emergency vehicles. So you're supposed to park below the split. You need to move your car.
Okay.
I'll give you a few minutes and no more.
Okay.
Who the fuck said that?
It's gonna take me a few minutes to get up the hill anyway. I got a sprained ankle. That's why I was trying.
But you should have thought of all of this before.
Okay.
How would he have thought about this, lady? Fuck you, you old bat. Kick that old lady in your back.
That's when you ain't got nothing else to do.
No shit. I'll give you a couple minutes. Or what? Go tow my car then, you old hag.
Was she traffic patrol?
It's okay.
It's raining. Is there
It's
a fire
okay.
happening in the rain?
Don't worry. What if she's gonna have a heart attack, bro? Just stop.
People were parked up there yesterday.
Look, you engaged, you old lady. You have to humor her now.
I'll get it moved for you. I should have said no.
Yeah, well, right? Shoulda, coulda, whatever. Shut up. Go move your car, old man.
Yeah, here comes Karen. She got her coffee and ready to bitch and moan this morning. They got this thing slammed in the street. You can see.
See if I can find it here.
See, I need to get me one of those little red tents like that.
Oh,
Didn't you be like, could you move your tent out the street?
okay. Is that Nancy Guthrie?
What an easel. Oh,
And what is the
man.
point of this picture?
That's interesting. I want this thing. So thank you for bringing that up. That vehicle, I was wondering about that yesterday. I saw like a tiny post and never looked back into it. She is claiming, their sources are saying they're looking for some kind of vehicle like that. Rare white truck.
Okay, so this is a replay here of Mel from about 45 minutes ago, 48 minutes ago. What is this about? About JLR? Are they saying that that's the same person? Oh no, really? Here.
I was trying to zoom in. I'm on my phone. Everything is tiny. Low.
What do you think?
Well, they put Houston Chronicle put out like a Hispanic looking dude.
Did Nancy know this guy? So what do you think? White, Middle Eastern? I've seen Mexican. What do you think?
It's her? That's what I'm. I
Are
think
they
that's
saying
what they're
it's her in
saying.
the mask?
That's what it looks like to me, right?
Carlos looked shorter than 5'9", 5'10". When I went down there and saw Carlos,
This is the audio from that video.
looked like he was like 5'7". He was short. Carlos was short.
But it kind of does, for some reason, look like her. Like the mask looks like it's on a woman. I've seen women in ski masks. They got their chins sit different.
Italian. Some people say Italian. Italian. Who's Italian?
Good morning, guys.
Italian. Some people say Mexican. Italian.
So crazy.
White. Guatemala.
What? What?
If
I don't know.
anything was taken. Here's the thing.
Because that's definitely what it implied to me. Why else would they be even split screen together?
Trains national burglary rings. And some of these people, later I'll get the images of.
Yeah, that's it. That's all.
Later
That's the whole narrative we get.
The eyes look like they have eye makeup on.
Yeah.
NGL in the mask.
That's so weird.
To me, it's like not Carlos.
Yeah, they got pretty eyes in the mask, don't they? Oh, that's crazy. Yeah, that's either a feminine looking dude or a woman.
Exclamation mark high stall. Ahoy. Captain Bot Riggs is trying to get a crew together for a treasure hunt. Type heist amount to join.
I got it. Guatemala?
Exclamation mark high stall.
If anything was taken.
Ahoy. At Hate Hose here has joined the treasure hunt.
So wild. So I don't know, maybe. Bubble boots.
Exclamation mark heist 5000.
It's all trade secrets today.
Ahoy. At Bubble Boots 777 has joined the treasure hunt.
Well, being disappointed in the government's performance is not going to be the first sad moment of my day. I'm sure. Or it might be the first one.
The rain's coming soon.
Fuck, man.
Results. Bubble Boots 777, 505,000. Hate Hose here, 109,899,999,999,989. Bot Ricks, 1,999,999,899. Ho ho. The entire crew escaped Black Heart Island alive. They celebrate with a chest full of gold and a belly full of rum. A crew of pirates and raiders check their flintlocks and sharpen their cutlasses as they disembark for Black Heart Island.
You ever had a belly full of rum? Holy fuck. That is not a time to celebrate. Chest full of gold would be alright. What the fucking dog is that? Kinda cute.
You know, I saw something very, very strange with that dog right there, right?
What?
So the dog was walking.
Huh?
And the dog got right there at the driveway and refused to move. It was just like there. She's like, come on, come on, come on. The dog didn't move there. Like, the dog was sitting the dog was just weird. It's just weird. The dog.
It'd probably be vomiting up that belly full of rum.
Yeah, me too. JLR Psychic Investigations. I think this dog knows something. Fuck off. This guy is just hilarious, dude.
I'm telling you, it was strange. She was like, she was walking the dog. Oh.
I understand why women like this guy, though. He is willing to believe just about anything.
Right? Smells.
Oh.
Maybe it's just
Okay, they do. No, they do. I suspect the disturbance in the force that dog was detecting was like 12 days of FBI back and forth, probably. My God. The JLR dude is way too entertaining for me. They used to, man. My TV class, they would have kicked my ass if I was doing like remote recording and kept jumping in front of the camera and like, you guys, did you see that dog?
Maybe others already inside before we saw webcam guy still haven't shown entry irks at the house, maybe 3 people's gloves. Great point. Maybe others inside before we saw webcam guy.
JKR Psych investigates.
That guy came from the right side of the house.
Oh, I love it.
He came from the right side of the house, but there could be already somebody on the as you know, coming into the house. That's definitely a possibility that there could have been already somebody inside from the other side, because the back right side had those 2 floodlights that were busted out. I personally think there's more than one perp.
You think so?
She's a cop. The dog walker.
She's walking like a cop. I tell you, I don't forget a face. I forget faces. I have to like actually care about somebody to remember what the fuck they look like.
Exclamation mark high stall. Ahoy. Captain Botrix is trying to get a crew together for a treasure hunt. Type. Heist. Amount. To join.
I watched a thing earlier that said that I'm not Gen
Exclamation mark high stall.
I'm not a millennial. They call us
Ahoy. At Hate Hose here has joined
Zennials
the
or something.
hunt.
Like people born between 1965 and 1985. It's too small to be a real generation. It's like a quasi generation.
Exclamation mark heist 9000.
I
At Bubble Boots 777 has joined the treasure hunt.
So
what's that?
They say that
Exclamation mark high stall.
we're good with technology. With a X.
Neil?
Like
A
Xennial.
crew of pirates and raiders check their flintlocks and sharpen their cutlasses as they disembark for Black Heart Island. Ho ho. The entire crew escaped Black Heart Island alive. They celebrate with a chest full of gold and a belly full of rum. Results: Bubble Boots 777, 909,000. Hate Hose here, 109,899,999,999. Botrix, 1,999,999,899. Zennial.
Yeah, Zennial. So apparently we grew up with rotary phones and came into adulthood just as computers were taking over the world. So we like grew up in a different world than we're in. And it puts us in a unique position, but it really fucks up our I don't know. Our career path gets all messed up. You are not.
I'm too old to be in denial.
Right now, if it's coming in, we'll go down to the bridge. In the meantime, let's see. Tucson weather radar. Here we go. See, this is the current radar right now.
Old lady.
So Tucson, right there. But it's not here. Rain is in the air.
That's so funny. I don't know. The thing is, it's a really amorphous kind of group. There's people that fit in there and people that don't. You seem like you are. I mean, you get technology better than most people. And you don't seem to have a problem adapting. Which apparently is like...
Yeah, it's nothing. But, I mean, it just takes a little bit of rain for, like, crazy flood.
I don't know.
Here's another thing. Nancy's not found.
So, like, one thing you guys can do that nobody else does is have your entire world change on you and not lose your identity. There's like Generation X and Millennials haven't figured out how to do that.
Oh, it is behind my bad. Oh, snap. I didn't realize. There we go.
Like, you can put your phone down for 3 hours and be okay, right?
Kidnapper here.
These kids think they're losing their minds. Oh.
I googled Zennial.
Glove being dropped inside. Take the glove off in the crime, doing the crime. Extra glove.
It's definitely a good description for the group of people I seem to fit in with.
It just makes you wonder. I'm trying to think of these scenarios here. Nancy could add a glove inside the house. It just could be Nancy's glove. Just a glove. Mysterious glove. Yeah, somebody could be a glove from a gardener.
A mysterious glove.
I go around my house, there's gloves all over the place. Gloves, just like one glove. Matter of fact, I can never, me personally, a glove, I'm always missing a glove.
I want to see his house.
I have 2 gloves, I put 2 of them, next thing I know, my glove's gone.
There's just single gloves everywhere. He said there's single gloves all over his house.
What did he say?
So go to my house, there's single gloves everywhere.
A short burst of rain. One sock, same thing. Go to the laundry, put some socks in the thing.
Gloves.
You know that a driver, you're missing a sock.
Oh.
All tangled in someone's clothes and you're sitting around, where's my sock?
Oh, it's just so funny.
Hess worse than me.
Wish we could see any vacant, abandoned homes or any under construction areas.
That's so funny.
I think that'd be really interesting if it's like a really, really slow day, but seems to happen sometimes. You know, so all he does is say if there's any like weird empty
A mysterious glove.
That'd be interesting.
Maybe it was just a glove in her house, a mysterious glove. How often, I wonder, does that happen, that a mysterious glove just sneaks into his house?
Yeah, I don't know, folks.
Oh, man. Oh. This is too funny.
We're live outside Nancy Guthrie's home.
That video, January 23rd.
Gonna drizzle a little bit.
A man showed up at someone's front porch 3:30 a.m. and then returned.
That weird UFO noise those cars make is so weird. Oh, wow, they are both live.
This is why you put your socks in a laundry zipper bag. No more missing socks. I've just solved the world's missing sock problem.
You know what? That's exactly what I do. And it helps. Thank you so much.
You are welcome, world.
Yeah, I put all my whites in a bag. I'm just like, fuck this. Bleach the bag, bleach the everything else. Don't matter. It's a white bag. I still don't know why the clothes do what they do with the bleach.
You're saying, look at this. Somebody, I guess they maybe sharpened it up or zoomed in. Look at that. It looks like you.
It looks like Robert Downey Jr.
Especially when you had a little baby socks.
Yeah, them little baby socks go missing all over the place. Just get stuck in your clothes and shit too. Boy, oh boy. I sure learned to love bounce sheets.
Comes the rain.
Man, babies puke so much. Little babies, puking all the time.
Well, the glove, 3 gloves, multiple gloves.
Yeah, right?
He does look like RBJ.
I guess what the Fed's gonna have to do is get that private lab where the Nanos took that glove and
For reals.
Unbelievable.
take it to Quantico.
There's a juice that Tiger drinks that I think I must have smelled like all my kids throw it up before. Because every time I smell it, that's all I'm like, oh, it smells like puke, bro. I don't want to smell that, please. He loves it, whatever it is. I think it's orange tang. Oh.
Yeah, here a little bit. We're gonna go down to the bridge. I'm gonna go down to the bridge. I'm gonna leave my tripod out here. We're gonna go down to the bridge. Down the side, down the
Exclamation mark high stall.
Uh-huh.
She used to puke so much and dribble milk so bad when Ski drank her bottles.
The amount of milk they
Ahoy.
waste is
Captain
unbelievable.
Botrix is trying to get a crew together for a treasure hunt. Type heist amount to join.
Let this rain clear out.
Exclamation mark high stall.
Like, man, quit sucking on it if you can't get all that milk in your mouth. Just wait a sec.
Ahoy.
It's
And
not going
Havos here
anywhere.
has joined the treasure hunt.
Both of these two, him
How
and
funny
his
I got us
sister.
tank powder this week. After decades of not having it. Lol.
Oh, it's good.
We're going down to the Camelback
This
Bridge,
doesn't smell good.
bottom of the road. We're gonna go along the river and see what we see. We'll let this rain clear up and we'll come back. But if anything pops
Yeah,
up,
we used to have to almost like wrap my kid's head in a fucking, like one of those throw up blankets. I don't know why parents stopped having those around. Used to have 1,000 of those bastards.
Ho ho. The entire crew escaped Black Heart Island alive. They celebrate with a chest full of gold and a belly full of rum. A crew of pirates and raiders check their flintlocks and sharpen their cutlasses as they disembark for Black Heart Island. Results. Hatos here, 109,899,999,989. Botrix, 1,999,999,899.
So,
We had problems latching poor kid even with bottles.
Matt, poor you. That shit is fucking terrifying. Not even just, not terrifying, it's fucking sad.
I had to hold her in the football hold to feed her.
Well, at least she could eat. One of my kids, the kids, I don't know if the kid's mouth was too big to latch on to these tiny nipples, or nipples wouldn't express enough milk for the kid to be like fed properly, or what, but
Exclamation mark high stall.
wasn't working out, and she had to start like using a pump or whatever. The other one, and this kid's mom, had like the opposite problem, and they like
It took so long to drink her little bottles. So much work to eat.
Yeah, dude. Still gotta squeeze it in their little mouth, like, come on, just swallow it. Okay, good, you know how to swallow.
I
Here.
pumped 14 months for her.
Oh my god. Oh, man. Ouch. 14 fucking months. So, his mom, things got so bad, I'm like, okay. There's gotta be a way to get a prescription for baby formula. Found it, got it. Free baby formula. Cause there's no way, like, so her nipples would get like infected because the kid's like not getting enough to eat and wouldn't stop eating and like kept biting and shit. What's up, little vampire?
We'll put that in. We'll pull back here. It is approximately 2.6 miles west. It's not
Tried to do the pump thing for like, nah, I don't even know.
backwards, of course. We're going 2.6 miles away to the south. We'll check that out.
I don't think she made that mistake. She must have tried both times. Our one kid, you know what's crazy? Our one kid had nothing but soy protein for her whole life. And that's the one that decided to be trans, which is fucked right up with everybody's like soy affecting things theory. Vanilla soy milk. Holy crap. What's up? I don't know.
I turned into pro bumper, lol, electric, and manual on the go.
What are we doing today? So far,
holy.
no updates today so far. Nothing yet.
Going down.
Oh man. I could not. That would drive me nuts. We had like a fridge full of fucking little half bottles. Oh my god.
Yeah, everybody's really with that video. I guess hopefully the feds will take a look into it and see.
But yeah, and it's rough. Like breastfeeding anyway is rough because you can't, unless you're pumping. You got to be up every fucking 3 hours or 4 hours. And even then, you still basically have to be awake to, like, your body's like, hey.
I felt like
time
I
to
owed
feed
it
the
to
baby.
her, wanting to make sure I could at least do that.
Aw.
My body had the milk.
I bet.
Yeah, I'll play it again for sure. For sure. I was looking at everyone.
Pixelated up till we get to the main road.
Do you know how much worse my life would be if there's a baby in it? It'd have to be worse, right?
I put the milk in
There's
these
no way
bags
it's
they
getting
sell
better.
for breast milk. Then freeze, then flat.
This was 6 miles from Nancy Guthrie's house.
Oh, cool.
January 23rd.
Dude, watch out for flash flooding. It's raining.
Ski had a milk factory at the NICU.
Oh, I bet. There were so many moms that like donated their milk and still kept pumping for like ICU kids. Oh man. Aw.
They sent her home with all her extra milk. Lol.
It's crazy. Like the boundaries people think they have. Man, do those ever disappear when your baby's in the ICU? I loved all those babies.
Looks like rain is letting up.
Man, it took, I think, 10 days before we had a picture of my kid with no fucking hoses and band-aids and shit stuck to them.
Thank you, David.
That's the video. You guys on crack?
Yeah, what was that video?
Goes up.
Did the perp.
Where'd this come from? This guy's acting suspicious for sure.
Oh dude. I'm very modest. The physical therapist guy came to show his baby massage.
Looks like rain is letting up. Thank you, David.
That's the video.
Hub goes. Damn, I've never seen you that before. Lol.
Right there. There's that thing for Ruben. Ruben's blue thing is right there. This is where the glove was found.
I'm like my baby is crying and hungry.
Oh.
Glove dropped out of the vehicle, thrown out of the vehicle, discarded.
That's funny.
Will probably, most likely, if it's the glove, continue to head south on Campbell. That's why somebody in the chat said, go to Campbell Back Bridge, which is down at the bottom here. Say the perp kept going, and this is the perp.
Yeah.
So I guess some random dude saw my boobs. Lol.
Oh, you're not like a mall breastfeeder?
Exclamation mark high stall.
My first daughter's mom.
Captain Bot Ricks
was
is
super
trying to
modest
get a
like
crew
that,
together
or
for a
shy
treasure
or
hunt.
whatever.
Type
And
heist amount to join.
I got her like this fucking like a feeding blanket. She's so happy. I don't know why they didn't give her one in the first place. Those things should be pretty
Exclamation mark high stall.
they should be standard, I would think.
And Hate Hose here has joined the treasure hunt.
I don't know. I'd be with her most of the time. So if man, if I caught somebody staring at my kid's food, they'd get a fucking slap so hard, man.
Well,
oh yeah.
No, I hit covers. They made ones that hang around your neck so they don't fall off.
Yeah.
A crew of pirates and raiders check their flintlocks and sharpen their cutlasses as they disembark for Black Heart Island. Ho ho.
I want to know what
The entire
Melissa
crew
thought a
escaped
cutlass
Black
was.
Heart Island alive. They celebrate with a chest full of gold and a belly full of rum. Results: Hate Hose here, 109,899,999,989. Bot Ricks, 1,009,999,999,899.
It don't matter where I go. Trouble tries to find me. The devil tries to test me. This ain't my first rodeo. That is right. Alright.
That happens so frequently, this high stall business. I think so too. Oh! Oh, he's got like a zit. One of those cysts. That dude, that totally looks like the right guy. My brother had a little thing like that. It's fucked up too. Everybody thought he was on drugs. Cause he had like, he got like these cysts for a while. I think it was from just proximity to people that were doing meth.
be mad, PJ. You said
He's like living at my mom's house.
house. I'm coming tomorrow morning, parking in the same spot. Now, when I leave, somebody will take that spot. I guarantee it.
I definitely have a gambling problem.
I don't have no cones put up.
Man.
That's what they're doing. When they leave, they're putting out cones. Like they're claiming their spot. Like this ain't a public road.
I wish an email or something would come in.
And then they'll move a vehicle and put a vehicle in its place. But I understand why they're doing it, because they're running power from their vehicles.
Oh, I got a Brittany on Facebook. Fuck. So, what I have to do is I have to figure out where I'm going to put this shit into storage. I don't even know yet. Maybe I'll be able to pay this shit. But I only got till tomorrow to figure it out. Sorry. Thinking out loud. Just trying to keep fucking some kind of list of what I'm doing here.
You only want to know what my kid told me to the old lady. Good Lord. She gets that from her mama. Okay? She gets that from her mama. Good Lord. Good Lord.
Ah, whatever. You know what? Boots, it's happened so many times in the last fucking 3 years, 5 years, whatever. It doesn't matter, man. It bothers me that I can't, like, stability-wise, it bothers me. For me, I don't care. But how I'm supposed to do all the shit that they want me to do and get my kid fucking happy and normal and whatever, when they won't even help me keep fucking stable ground under our feet, is crazy.
That could be anybody. That could be anybody. That description, not good.
I should be expecting some tricks out of it.
Take her for sharing space. Bring her a plant. I ain't bringing her shit. I can bring out nothing. There ain't no reason to be mean to people. You know, like when this is over, she'll never have to deal with this stuff ever again. So I don't know why. Why does this man take a picture of me? Let me take a picture of him. He might be a killer. That was weird.
I mean, if somebody's got to go through it, I'm certainly prepared for it.
You know how Pee Wee Herman says, take a picture that lasts longer? Damn, is that thunder?
Gotta count my blessings and just be glad that I wasn't doing this fucking shit for the last 8 months. We got a moment to relax. I got to have a birthday indoors. Tiger got to be here on his birthday with me.
You're a celebrity? I don't know.
We had Christmas together, had New Year's together, Halloween. We had a nice, good end of the year here. So this was gonna end eventually anyways, right? I appreciate that.
My daughter, I gotta read this to
I mean, and realistically, I don't want to be too happy with the government around here. I'm trying to get these fuckers to separate. So, the guys that are fucking with me right now is the federal government. That's such a fucking bitch. It's not the fault. The Alberta government's gonna catch me as soon as this fucking shit falls apart. That's who's gonna fucking pay for my hotel for sure. If they do.
Tiffany's a trip. She ain't worried about her business neighbor. She's worried about her.
They're gonna want to know my plan right away, though. Like, we're not doing this for 3 years. Like, no.
That's crazy. They just done brought her home. I don't know. I don't. She, you know. I ain't trying to be mean to the older one. I'm not bothering her. I don't want her to bother me. Kind of thing. Leave me alone. I'll leave you alone.
Be nice to go somewhere with a pool. Well, I guess that's it for the Penguins, eh?
Okay, BJ just sent me something on X.
Unless it like snows a massive amount right now.
Could be something really important.
No.
But thank you guys for joining me here today.
That is probably all the snow. So we got that out too. We had a nice view.
Alleged kidnapper and his Addison residents within 2 miles of her home and across Pike County to check their home security videos. That's new? You would think they'd have said that on day one. Hey, did you check your cameras?
Basically everything that's here, we moved it in like 2 hours or 3 hours, so it'll be pretty easy.
Alright, let's play this.
This morning, the FBI says it knows a lot more about Nancy Guthrie's kidnapper, the masked man who appeared on her doorstep.
Crazy. I slept in that bedroom, I think a total of 5 times. You just sell it as a brand new bed.
The suspect is now described as 5'9" or 5'10" with an average build and carrying a backpack like this one, the 25-liter Ozark Trail Hiker Pack. That model is sold at Walmart. We found one in the Tucson store for $11. The FBI said we hope this updated description will help concentrate the public tips we are receiving. The reward for information doubled to $100,000.
I sure tried. There's penguins everywhere out there for a minute.
Somebody will know him in some capacity, and that's the tip you're looking for, because that'll take you potentially right to his door. Investigators are now asking people who live within a 2-mile radius of Nancy Guthrie's home and everyone else in Pima County for home security camera video between January 1st.
Learned how to paint penguins. I'd never even thought of that. It'd make it really easy to do that anywhere else. Well, in the end there, man, I found a small patch of the right kind of snow, so I was able to just like pop them out like crazy. Yeah, they're saying they're moving on in the grieving process or something. Are you hungry? Would you like some toast? Yeah? Okay. Do you want waffles and sausages and eggs? No. Why? You can have sausage and eggs on waffles. Like a McGriddle.
Okay.
You don't want that?
Right?
You don't like McGriddles? No. What's wrong with you, boy?
So they just basically asked for
You want
ring
two toast?
doorbell
Yes.
cam still.
You want honey or peanut butter?
Nothing crazy.
Or chocolate?
Not
peanut butter? Or chocolate?
And that wasn't a bad deal for a
Okay.
book bag. $11.
Peanut butter it is.
I don't know. Mine's 25 gallon.
What's that?
I need a little bit bigger one to
What?
travel with anyway. I think.
Not right now. No chips right now. Okay? Was that what you're trying to get at? What's on your foot?
I don't know.
Husky?
So that's the latest news. They're looking for sub
Let's play.
5'9"
No?
to 5'10". There hasn't been no movement yet here at Nancy's house, but we're hoping we see some.
Yeah?
Hopefully.
Movies,
Right.
logos, YouTube videos.
Oh. Is that from the menu from something?
And if you're watching out there and you ain't
The
subbed
website?
up a course,
Okay.
sub up the channel, ring the bell for notifications.
Houston TV shows.
We're on that journey to hit 89,000
Is that a
today,
DVD menu?
and I can't
No?
do it without you, right? I'm gonna need you.
I know, right? That's what I was thinking too. I want to make homemade McGriddles. I'm so good at them. Apparently, nobody wants one. Really? You don't want one? I mean, you don't want a homemade McGriddle? No. Later? For lunch or something? Okay.
Okay. We
Make
are
it for lunch.
300 people away from 89,000. 300 people.
300 people.
So if you're out there and you haven't subbed yet, go ahead and sub up the channel. Let me go to my content real quick. Go live. Of course, it is a chilly day today.
Talk to, you know, see what he says, right? And then, do you want it toasted more than that, or is that toasted enough?
Yes.
Guess what?
I don't know.
That's enough, or you want more? You want it just like that?
Hold on, water's dripping on my
It
laptop.
seems a little
Can't have
untoasted
that.
to me. Not to you? It seems fine? Okay.
Because it's dripping on the umbrella. It's not raining, but my umbrella's still wet.
There you go, buddy.
So it's not getting wet.
Here you go. Thank you.
ABC Kids, Hannah Montana, and Saki Animation. TV shows from Nancy Marty Ashbar, Mia K. Awesome, SpongeBob SquarePants, cheerleaders.
Oh, I want to check one more thing this morning.
ABC Kids, Cartoon Network, Spectrum Animation, Warner Bros. Animation, TV shows, Max and Ruby, Arian, Wonderful Dinosaurs, The Cat in the Hat, and the Wild Battle, SpongeBob SquarePants.
What time is it here? Is it like 8? 8:30?
So I saw, when I was at the pharmacy the other day, I saw a portable EKG that they swore. Oh yeah, well no, that's not a missed opportunity. I can still do that. We can do that today. I owe you guys at least another members only stream. I don't know if I should make the cooking streams members only. That's pretty much I would think taking like my best content and putting it behind a paywall is not a good idea. Man, I taught the kid's mom here how to search for clams.
Close all that up so it don't get wet.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll do the homemade McGriddles. Fucking, we'll do them live. and no members only. I'm sure I can do that today. I got $100 and something worth of steak in my fucking fridge right now that I have to cook. No paywall? Okay. This instant coffee is so yucky.
I'm timed out. All I talk about is the case. LOL. Anyway, old news. Well, who got timed out? We're here now. Wow, midnight moon. It's still raining. It's
So,
cold out here.
they're definitely, I'm gonna make them with waffles because they're better. They're great with pancakes though.
Maybe when I take this table back tonight, I'll grab me a pair of
And honestly, I don't know about you, Boots. I like my eggs kind of slutty. And having like a slutty McGriddle is so fucking good. It's messy as hell, but man. Oh yeah, you don't like egg. I don't. What do you do when you don't eat eggs?
Nobody is being timed out, okay? It's just so the chat's not moving.
Should I go steal some tofu patties? I can't even think anything like an egg.
Ski mask may come in handy today, right? It may. It ain't that cold on my face. My hands are a little cold. Give me a minute, guys. Be right back. I gotta lunch in the car.
Holy shit. 3 liters of vegetable juice I have to drink. Fuck. I'm sure there's a pack. Oh. Man. That's too bad. There's something real, I don't know, really carnal about eggs. Primal or whatever. Eggs contain all the essential components necessary to sustain life, or whatever the hell. Man, it makes like the best natural fucking sauce. I don't even know. Maybe it's just men. Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen women devour eggs like that. Oh man, it's got so much. That's awesome. My mom wouldn't do that. No chance. Like, Mom, just stop cooking them. No. Maybe, if you're lucky, you got like eggs you could dip your toast in a little bit. Generally, that's like you're getting that from a restaurant, though. Not my mom. Sounds like some heavy rain. Jeez. Okay. Time to get the news. It's Friday the 13th. Of course it's not there. Right? Nobody's getting all worked up or hoping that it's going to be there. I should just take my medicine already. Get used to the fact that maybe it'll show up tomorrow, maybe it won't. Fuck. Okay, here's the thing, right? This is what bugs me. They've already processed the application. All they have to do is push a button and release the fucking money. I know how this part works. I haven't done their job, but I've been dealing with the people that do their job for 30, 40 years. I know how the system works. And I ask so many goddamn questions. So, why can't they just push the fucking button? Maybe. And the way it naturally works, usually works, is these child tax benefit checks. It's the taxes that you pay, they send some of it back to you in the form of this, whatever, right? It's a rebate or whatever, because you got kids. It comes same day every month for everybody. Sometimes you get a payment in between from them, sometimes not. The crazy part is it usually comes on the 20th, but because this month is only 28 days, it should be here like yesterday or today or tomorrow. Fuck. Maybe, I don't know, maybe it's fine. This is just the first time that we've gotten it. So I don't know, like, it's such a hairline. I know, right? What I should do is check my bank account, because it'll just be in there. If it'll be there. And then, if mine's not there, maybe his mom's is, which is supposed to be ours anyways. And it should be, okay, I'm checking right now. And it could otherwise go in any time during the day, too. Or tomorrow overnight, or whatever. Okay, so it's not there right now. Gross. Or it'll be as late as the 20th, and then, I don't know, like, we're out of here on the 19th, though. So it could be like a night in a hotel, it could be like a month in a hotel, I don't know. I don't know how long it's going to take them to release this poor dude's money. It kind of sucks too, like, So the reason I didn't want to get it yet, all this money, is because we don't need it. He's pretty spoiled. Like, he gets whatever he wants. Anything he wants, he's got. I get him shit that he doesn't even want. I'm just like, don't you want this? Like, no. I don't give a shit about that, Dad.
I just had to test my rain capabilities.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Hey, Lean. What up? Happy Friday. Real happy. On the plus side, I got a 13 tattooed right here. I don't know why, because I'm an idiot. But it is Friday the 13th, so yay. Right? That's exactly it. It's like, man. I'm gonna drown you in toys.
2,100 of you here now. Thank you guys for being with me here in the rain.
Like, so much of what we moved from one place to another with is just all his stuff. There's people who are like, oh, you have to downsize and shit. Like, it's my fucking kid's stuff. You have to downsize. Kiss my ass, bro. Fucking downsize. Fuck you, you have to throw half your shit in the garbage.
Let me set this somewhere underneath my umbrella.
That dude's freaking me out.
Okay, oh, that's why.
You haven't slept? Did you help kidnap an old lady? And was it Space Trace? I wouldn't kidnap her either. I'm just kidding. God, that rain is cool. Yeah, who the hell just walked past there? The guy looked like a creep. Yeah, she is. She's younger than me by... I don't remember. I think a year. What year, wifey? Who, me? Get out of here.
Really don't need that on. I just need it over my body so I don't get my legs wet.
You're being an asshole?
So yeah, it sucks out here today. But it looks
That's
like
funny. That's the same year my little brother was born.
So far my little setup is holding it down.
No, she's a millennial.
My legs were getting wet before I put this poncho on though. So I don't want my legs wet. Like the blue.
Well, that's good.
Goes good with my eyes, huh? Okay, PJ is texting me.
Who are you bullying? I'm pro internet bully. I think I don't like trolls. I just like internet bullies. Oh, that's okay. When I seen 81, that's not the first thing I thought.
Oh, that's my daughter.
I was like, why is wifey shouting out the Hells Angels in here?
Hold on a second, guys.
What do you mean, poor danger? Why is he poor? I think he's got a little bit better than he deserves it, honestly.
You were saying, oh my God, promoting this when your mother's missing?
He's lucky.
Literally, tremendously young in this video never ate. This is an old video from 2024. This is from 2 years ago. Y'all need to check the dates. Wow, they thought she just posted this now?
People just want nuts on their Instagram.
They thought she was promoting a book. Yo, that's just from 2024. That was getting tagged on it. People kept tagging me.
I know. I need to know what she did to Danger now.
That's what happens, man. No new information, the internet gets rabid. Rabid. No, I need new information now. Been too long. She posted that shit now? What? Let's see what else the comments were saying on there. That's crazy. What the comments say.
I'll tell ya. Never mind. But
Maybe
never mind.
About someone.
That's the best part, wifey.
Someone and they took your mother.
I won't even tell you the advice I got when I was young. But I got some advice.
Oh, she pinned it, is what they're saying. She pinned it now? Let me see, hold on. She pinned it on her thing?
Hey, Batman.
Oh, it's pinned. So what do they think? She's trying to promote a book or something? So she pinned it to her profile. This was not pinned
Ow.
before. This isn't an old post from 2024. But I guess people are saying she pinned it to the top of her
Hey, Farkas.
Instagram. It's pinned to the top. But I mean, maybe she's just wanting to put the message out. Mostly what God does is love you.
Okay, everyone says this is a moment.
Who is this lady?
Actually, I happen to be out by myself when I got this, so I'm just taping it for myself. Maybe.
Well, so I was told that the part of a woman that you should fall in love with is the part that Shailene is saying is still in her best shape.
Oh my gosh, that's so cute. I did not know that.
It's the last thing to look old.
But why pin this now? That's what people are saying. Why pin this now?
Okay, I have to digest this.
It's interesting that was true is all.
But I'm seeing it for the very first time. Wow.
Must have been a scheduled post.
Okay, everyone says this is.
Why did you pin this now? Exactly, I want to know. Was her mom missing? You watching a movie? It's a distraction from the Epstein files.
Man, I was trying to find the right way to say that.
Nothing burger? The people are just looking into everything, or is this kind of like her just trying to say, well, this is a message from God?
I know, me too. They're bubble frogs, hey? They're amazing. I mean, they're balloon frogs, but he called them bubble frogs.
Did they capture her? Maybe it's your media team? Shit, we gotta fucking take advantage. Strike while the iron's hot. These videos sometimes pop up and out of order. I've seen it many times, but this is not now. I don't know. So then people having a tizzy.
Just released from jail.
Oh, Tomas is out. What is even killing my lighters? I don't smoke drugs.
That wasn't the one Bitcoin guy. That was the guy that said, he called him and said, have you paid the ransom yet? That was that guy. That idiot.
They arrested a guy for that?
He was the one that sent the fake text messages. He didn't send the ransom note, he sent a fake text message to him and said, did you pay the Bitcoin yet? So,
Poor guy.
that's what he gets, right? That is what he gets.
Prison overnight? No, she didn't.
Oh, dumbass. Mr. DeMoss.
She did not, unless she's the person in the mask that we saw earlier.
No, that was the guy that sent the text message.
Which is a really weird situation. I should see if I can find that again.
Like a big old dummy.
Oh.
White or Hispanic? What do you think?
Well, they put Houston Chronicle put out like a Hispanic looking dude.
Did Nancy know this guy?
Oh, is that a guy? I don't know. I think it looks like her picture. I know, right? So that's all they did earlier. They showed that picture. I know, right?
This post keeps getting pinned like every few days. She's sitting there, she's trying to say something secretive. Did they capture her?
That's how I felt about it too.
Internet money. So like wire transfers. Way of sending money around the internet.
Okay, that's not quite a very good description of Bitcoin. More than that.
Yeah, this is basically digital currency. Mama had to bond them out. Can y'all hear me? Give me the thumbs up. Give me a thumbs up if you can hear me. Okay, he's not muted. I was making sure somebody say I was muted. 2,300 of you in the room, guys. We're 300 people away from hitting 89,000 people today. So if you're out there watching, please sub up the channel. All right, let me see what PJ's sending. It's hard to see stuff, PJ, when it's raining like this.
I totally agree.
Okay, I think that must have been Kim.
Let's pull sugar.
It's still coming down pretty good. Okay, thank you. Why hasn't the one Bitcoin guy been arrested? They didn't say.
Oops, it's not what I thought it was.
I don't know. I don't know why the one Bitcoin guy even got yet. That's a good question.
Empties. Must see family doctor for more refills. Jesus H.
What's up, Dolly? What's up, Jenny?
Millennium.
Okay,
What's up? No. How you doing? Good. Yeah? That's good. What's up? I don't know. You want toast? More toast? No. No, what do you want? You want more toast right now.
you guys, real quick, shout out
You
in the
want
chat
some?
room where you're watching
Here, you can
from.
have some of these.
If you're new out here, sub the channel up. You can help us hit 89,000 today.
What do you want,
Be a
like
part of the
plates?
journey with us. We need you guys. Okay?
Nope.
So we're only less than 300 people away from that mark today. It would be nice. Rain,
Enjoy, my boy.
Come against us today. Dolly ain't in the desert. PA in the house, Ohio. New video of guys who matches looks. Ohio. Hello, Dolly. Iowa. Fort Worth, Texas. Good to see you, beautiful people from all over the country. Definitely South Africa, Chicago. If you're watching in the bushes, hit that join button and come on in. UK, Tennessee, Australia. So I
Ooh.
did 2 interviews with Australian media yesterday. That was pretty cool.
Did you see that? That was crazy.
Ireland's with us. Arkansas,
Mm.
Ontario, Canada.
I guess you didn't see it.
East Tennessee, Virginia, Italy. Hey, Italy, Illinois, North Carolina. Now I ain't getting everybody. I'm just getting the ones that I see. Louisiana, Texas.
I don't know who that was either.
Arkansas,
Alberta?
Idaho,
No way.
Colorado, Chesapeake, Virginia. How is it raining in the desert? I don't know. I didn't know it rained in the desert, but I guess the cactuses got to get water somewhere.
Duh. Are you guys kidding me?
Now and then, these plants are probably sucking it up, boy. Oregon, Nova Scotia, New Jersey, Louisiana.
Nobody cares about Nova Scotia. Fuck you. Didn't I just put a cigarette out? Nerves, yo.
Iowa, Pennsylvania, Kentucky, Tennessee, Vermont. Awesome. Ontario, Canada.
Okay, so how am I supposed to do this without a stitch counter? Am I supposed to use these little circles as stitch counters? Ah!
See that they're waiting for activity too, like something's coming.
I thought they were part of the eyes. Oh well. Maybe I'll get drunk and crochet later. Yeah, let's do it. I would probably die if I do that. I'm in.
13, guys, day 13.
Is that like a video bath or what? Oh, that's an interesting way to create a problem.
California, Minnesota. Is there a pressure happening today? I don't think so. I honestly don't.
Discord VC
I
bath.
don't think they're having anything going on.
Video only.
Glendale, Minnesota, Missouri. Karen melted in the rain. She went her ass inside, thank God. The sky's clearing up. Once it blows over, I think we're good. Pressure at 11 a.m.
Yeah, it's the wrong community to suggest that. What we need, Shillian, is a time machine. We'll go back to like October and suggest this in Melissa's chat. It would have worked for sure. Yeah.
I'm melting. I'll get you and your little measly dog. So.
Damn.
See, the sky's starting to clear up. The rain is stopping. Nanos has to stop making this thing political. Hold on, I'm getting a message from PJ.
Okay, it's you. Good. I messaged Jen J and get her involved too. I don't know, this is starting to sound really lopsided here.
There is no presser scheduled, okay? I repeat, guys, that are just tuning in. No presser today. Alright? So we got nothing. Got nothing. It's getting pretty. Once that sky clears up, boy, we back in the game. And we stayed pretty dry for the most part.
Back in the game.
Old JR
Which game?
Mic stand and he went to go somewhere dry, I bet you. But we got umbrellas, so we good.
We're just gonna go up to the intersection, then we'll head back to Nancy's home and regroup.
You got some water, guys.
Just take a look at the intersection here.
We'll get it out.
Oh well, if this goes out on me, it'll get relit later.
pretty much once you cross that road here, you get into the city limits. It definitely turns into more busy area like that around here. CNN people have been very nice here. I think all the media, journalists and photographers and camera people, they all been pretty
Oh, who are they calling a cow? Is that woman bitching about the car again? It is about the car. She asked you an hour ago to move your car, buddy. And you said you would. Aw. She's beating him up.
She waiting for it to stop raining.
Aw. I just seen the chat popping off. She's asking him for ID.
Yeah, just lady, get out my... Like, you better back up, lady. Who cares? Call them.
She's ready to call the police. Yeah. You sure can. Bubbles ain't gonna come from nowhere.
At least we'll get some police action out here today. I ain't moving.
Oh, I love it. We seen this whole fucking thing evolve. Oh, I love it. If he gets arrested by the end of this stream, I'm gonna be so. It's gonna be great. It's like, fuck you.
I don't know, she's just being a Karen. Just being a Karen. Like talking about an emergency vehicle. She lives on this side of the road. I'm parked on that side of the road. So what would stop an emergency vehicle from getting...
You parked after the split, bro.
She just ain't got no life and wants to come out here and worry somebody else.
He didn't get what you said, eh?
I said, you ain't the police. You better get up out my face. Can she see ID? There's so many cars out here. She gonna call the police. They're gonna be like, you better go on, Karen. Yeah, can I see ID? Can I see your damn ID, lady? She ain't worried about her missing neighbor. I'm not in nobody's way. I'm on the side of the road just like them cars. It's one of those cars.
Loop trail guidelines, hours, sunrise to sunset. Treat all trail users with respect and courtesy. Maintain awareness of other trail users. Stay to the right and pass on the left. Keeps pets leashed and under control at all times. Bicyclists, control your speed and prepare to slow or stop as conditions.
No motors.
No motorized vehicles or devices allowed. ADA.
No motorized vehicles or devices? What?
Verify trail conditions prior to use.
No Walkmans. No Walkman. You can't have a Walkman or a Discman. Yeah, it's raining. Man, why do people put those things on their dogs? Does your dog wear closed boots? No, right? Little boots, maybe?
I guess maybe the article is. I'm trying to. Okay, I think the article is true about her being in panic mode.
Oh. In California?
See anything suspicious out here? Anything crazy? Not today. You know about the Nancy Guthrie case?
Aw.
You don't know about the Nancy Guthrie? Oh, okay, yeah. Oh, I don't know. I'm just covering it, just talking to people. What do you do, like walks with your dog?
Yes, man. I'm looking for a part-time job, too.
Looking for a part-time job?
That's so funny. I don't know. So, dogs here run around in the snow and roll around in it like crazy. It's weird to think there's dogs somewhere that are cold when it's like plus 20.
Okay, I'll show the video again. Let's talk about this article. It is actually kind of interesting, I think. Very interesting, I think.
It makes sense.
Read into it, but I think it is interesting.
Because dogs, it would take a dog longer to acclimate to weather than a human does.
Just play the video real quick for people that haven't seen it yet.
They don't sweat, hey? No animals. Did you know that? No animals sweat. Get to move on. That's actually the biggest difference between us and monkeys. We can run for like hours. Not a monkey.
I didn't think so, to be honest with you, but this has been like the conversation all over and everybody.
We can learn to sprint for hours. No animal can do that except us.
Oh, this is a slowed down version. You want to zoom in a little bit? Zoom it in. Oh shit, sorry.
Maybe nobody sweats as efficiently as humans do?
That's the video everybody's talking about. Hey, Libby.
Because I feel like horses sweat. But still, a horse can't run for as long as we can. They walk forever.
That was 6 miles from Nancy Guthrie's house. And then this is the picture that JB did. Like, kind of like a side-by-side. People are asking for that. Side-by-side.
Oh yeah. That little sty or whatever it is by his eye there.
When I go to lunch, I'll move it. Hold on, PJ's texting. Or it's my daughter.
My housing worker.
Never call the cops, who cares? Oh, Lord, my daughter's crazy. Jeff must be watching. Jeff must be watching. I'm not telling that old lady that. I don't wish nothing bad on people. Just go on. Did I need from people? Woman, back up. Looking like a pterodactyl. All up in my face with her arms out. I don't want to see your wingspan. Back the shit. Back your ass up. Too funny. Too funny. I'm sure if she calls them, they'll come. They gotta come.
Fuck off. Why is this fucking bitch asking me a question like that? What's your plan with the move out? How about fucking punching you in the face? Dumb cunt. Jesus Christ. A bacon McGriddle? Mmm.
Clip channels. Y'all get ready.
I shouldn't be so mean. My fucking plan. You think I have a fucking plan, retard? Jesus Christ. This lady.
What a freaking Karen, yeah.
Pardon me. And my terrible language.
Hold on, I see the super chat. I don't want to miss that. I have beef with my HOA. It's like robot wars. Okay.
I'm gonna get arrested for hitting some lady. Yeah, right.
I was worried about rattlesnakes and scorpions, not old ass women. Sneaking up behind me. Like Al Qaeda.
Maybe I just don't like young people.
Turn your camera on when she comes. Okay.
I'll tell you, if I had a plan, my plan would not be to sit here and text message it to somebody.
She'll call the police and they'll come over here and they'll say, hey.
If anybody wants some, like, real description of anything from me ever, ask me to describe it to you vocally and not on the text message, please. Because I'm not gonna fucking sit there and text 3 pages of fucking shit. Just say, I don't know. Ah!
Just the old woman ain't got nothing to do. Nobody talks to her. She's lonely, so she figures she'll come out here and act like she's the boss.
Bacon McGriddles are really good. I like the sausage ones way better though. I think I got spoiled with bacon at some point. Wubsy can't go to Bikini Bottom? How's that gonna happen?
Famous today, Karen, right? Ask her if she wants to cook. I want to cook it. Or like a chicken.
Did they ever do a crossover? Like a Wubsy SpongeBob crossover? Is that what you're saying?
Croissant?
They did one?
I'm hungry.
Did Wubsy go to Bikini Bottom?
I got a banana.
Did SpongeBob go to Wubsville?
Uh-oh, here comes Telemundo.
Did Mr. Krabs go to Wubsville?
You're blocking
Anybody?
ingress in the
Nobody went to anything. Oh, okay. I thought maybe Sandy the Squirrel or somebody would.
Good luck getting them out of the way.
Okay, that hot bath is really sounding like a good idea.
The housing authority. She ain't the housing authority. She's just an old ass lady. I'm not even parked near her house.
Aw.
I'm parked
Aw.
across the street from her house.
Damn it. Damn that soup.
When she said, is that my car? I should have said no, because technically it's not.
What? Aw.
That ain't my car. That shit belongs to Enterprise.
Are you super sick?
That's your car? No, it ain't.
I'm telling you, that soup is too rustic. Far too rustic.
Housing authority. HOA. I don't know. I don't care.
Oh, man.
I don't care who the hell she is.
No, the homeowners association, head of the homeowners association is gonna fuck your life up, buddy.
Okay? She may be able to boss people around that live in her neighborhood, but I don't live here.
No, but you're parked in her neighborhood.
It's a public road. She has no say.
Oh, man.
Is that what she's telling people? She's the housing authority? She probably is. She was probably here before the desert.
Is it just because it's too,
Homeowners Association?
Huh?
Yeah, HOA. I don't know. She can be part of the AAA. Well, I care. I don't. That don't bother me none. You ain't with the law, then don't ask me shit. Please step away from me.
Alright, you know what? Damn it, Sammy.
Yeah, you're funny, dog. Hey, listen, I tried to be nice to her. I even told her, I said, ma'am, I sprained my ankle. You know, thinking she would feel sorry for me. You know, because I feel sorry for me. And she didn't. And then I was sitting there thinking,
Oh, that smells so good.
what a mean-ass lady. Lady, I'm hurt. You want me to park 3 miles down the street and have to walk back
Number one,
with a damn...
these backwoods come in the craziest pack I ever seen. It's like the same as that Big League Chew. That's what it feels like. It's all covered in ash. That's weird. It's all.
Stay on private property, no one cares.
Well, anyway.
I'm not on private property. I'm in the street.
Honey bourbon cigar.
I'm parked on the street like everybody else is parked on the street.
Why? I don't know why. Because I bought cigars earlier. And it just, now that I'm fucking broke and about to get kicked out of here, smoking a cigar seems like the right thing to do. I was actually going to light it and start up a bath.
Okay, so it's nothing new.
You ever watch The Fall Guy?
Oh, okay. Alright, no big deal then. Well, at least we'll get to see the reaction time of the police, how long it takes the police to get out here. You call them? So, oh, I don't know. She's called the police every day?
That thing and coffee to get, holy shit, does that ever taste good?
Oh, Lord. Okay. Oh, okay. Well, she got told to kick rocks by me. I don't play all that. I can be nice to you for so long before you make me mad. So.
I think what's in this backwoods might be pipe
But
tobacco.
She didn't say nothing else to me.
Tastes like pipe tobacco.
'Cause now, you know, there's something I told her to get away from me. So you're not gonna keep coming over here bothering me.
Oh yeah, that's definitely pipe tobacco. Holy fuck.
Alright. They're popping up more tents. Where are they gonna put these tents at? It's about to stop raining.
Well, that explains why backwoods are so expensive or cheap.
I guess that wasn't the case. Who said that they wasn't allowed to have tents? Okay. Well, there ain't no law against sending them down the street.
Oh.
Alright, love you. TMZ is not sharing nothing new.
These things are the funniest fucking cigars ever, you know that? They're like raw as shit. The leaf's like all fucked up. The guy that rolled it, you can tell he didn't quite believe in himself so much. There's no confidence, you know? Like a good cigar, you can tell it was rolled with confidence and like the person knew what the fuck they were doing. This is like somebody had shaky hands.
Possibly.
Probably rolled it on their leg.
Oh, they're taking down the little tent, putting the big tent. Yep. Oh, they're taking down the little
It's like
tent,
lumps in it and shit.
down there. Alright, PJ's gonna send it to me. And I don't play it. But it's the same thing.
Tastes so good though. No. Somebody's listening to AI videos. Oh, it's awesome.
Okay, TMZ's is sharing. I ain't sharing it. When I get back to the hotel room, we'll go over stuff like that. I'm not sharing that. It's just a video of some dude at somebody's porch. Listen, there's a lot of porch pirates. There's a lot of people that try to be in houses. Dolly was respectful. She was.
Oh, hey.
There wasn't no line.
This guy.
The perp. I've been watching your streams of every person you show. Like, that's a suspect now.
Yeah. He's not the suspect.
But just for the record, there's probably not a neighborhood that I haven't been in.
Yeah.
You know, because I do this 5 times a week, and we're in Green Valley, even Rio Rico.
You guys ready?
Yeah, we're just
Green Valley.
all over the place. But yeah, it's.
Green Valley.
I'm like a Dateline fan, so it's kind of like intriguing. You know.
That's where I should be living.
Everyone's watching.
In all respect, yeah, it's like Dateline live, you know. It's kind of like, so it's just, and especially being in Tucson, it's kind of like.
Maybe he's the guy.
That guy's Spanish as hell.
Same red eyebrows, all shit's hit.
That guy's like Spain Spanish though.
Did I do the article? The article is like 2 articles. It's gonna take a little bit. I don't know if you guys want to keep listening to Gerald or you want me to get into the article. There's 2 articles about it's kind of wild. It's just something to look at.
Here with like the city limits here now.
For the city limits, it's.
No, Mel's brother.
Yeah. So my boy, he goes.
Mel's brother.
Just down the road. My mom works there. And then you get up northern into Oro Valley, and then like I'm headed to Oracle and San Manuel. But it's sort of like Phoenix. To me, it's just Phoenix. But you got Chandler, you know, all these. So it's kind of like that. It's Tucson to me, but you got Catalina Foothills, Oro Valley, Vail, South Tucson, Tucson Metro, and then you got Marana, but it's kind of all.
I'm gonna put you on the spot about Pima County Sheriff's Department. How do you feel about the Pima County Sheriff's Department? Because we're hearing a lot of things now. You know, they're not working with the FBI, the original stage, or them handling this case. Do you have confidence in them?
Oh my God, there's a
Like
what?
Watching your streams, like the Domino's guy walking up, the lady walking up, and you know the one that was yelling at you guys and stuff. I think it should have been closed off since day one, and you know, flagged, taped, and not released until the feds got here, in my opinion. Because, like you said, there's a lot of people walking up and down on a active crime scene, so it's kind of like, what are we doing here, you know? So it's kind of, and then him at the U of A game was kind of not a good look. I mean, I understand.
People have been asking me if he's gonna go there Saturday
Oops.
for the game this weekend.
Yeah, and it's a big game. I mean,
a big game.
Game day will be there.
Okay, wait.
So it's
I'm
like,
sure he won't be back there.
yeah, so to me, like I was telling
What is
my
this
wife,
crap?
It's like, I understand you have to, you're not.
Look, it's like a diamond painting.
24/7, you need to clear your head, but I mean, do that out of the public.
Oh my God, what did I do?
Doesn't look good. Now
Okay, I'm not playing this game anymore.
blasted all over
Looks too difficult.
for being at a basketball game, you know, with, in my opinion, probably one of the biggest missing cases.
Be right back. I'm going to start my damn bath, yo.
You think this will get solved?
See, that's the thing. That's the thing is
And
I
if
mean,
so, when?
That's the thing is like it's. I think when the iron was hot, Pima County failed strike. That's my opinion. So now we're 2 weeks in. So I don't know. I think they're kind of just grasping for straws. You know, with we need all the video footage from 2 mile radius, and that's a lot of activity for, you know, like you've been seeing how busy this intersection is, and it's probably not as busy at 2 or 3 in the morning. But
Well, what is it like around here at 2 or 3 in the morning? I mean, there would be a few cars, or much less.
Yeah, probably less. I've never really been out here during that time, but even at midnight, 1 in the morning, it's not, you know, when you leave the U of A game, because I work at the U of A during the football season as a PA spotter, so we have a lot of late games, and all that's pretty much game day traffic, and even then it's not real heavy, but during the day, forget it, you know, there's traffic everywhere.
And cameras all these businesses too.
And 2 weeks is a long time, man, for like I said, you have to strike with the iron's hot, because that gives 2 weeks for whoever did it to, you know, discarded evidence that they may have left somewhere or whatever. But it's just crazy, man. And you're doing an excellent job.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
You know,
Bringing
boots
awareness.
on the ground, man.
Boots on the ground. Thanks for your time, brother.
Yeah,
Be safe. Be safe.
You need anything?
No. I'm just looking at your pipes. Your signs here.
Yeah.
Stuff. No, I'm good.
We install those all day long, and we have tons and tons of real estate agents and brokerages we work for here in Tucson, and just try to make a living, man.
Gotcha.
But yeah, it's pretty intriguing to see where it'll go, because like I said, I'm a Dateline fan, so it's like real stuff, you know.
A lot of people say Netflix movie, Dateline.
Oh yeah, for sure.
First 48.
Oh, 100%. And First 48, like they say, First 48's the most important part, and here we are 2 weeks later, you know.
2 weeks later.
So
thanks for your time.
Appreciate you, bro.
Thank you. Be safe, you too.
Okay. So let me just, because I want to try to give you guys the active updates, things that are happening. And so TMZ posted, your favorite news station, that police are investigating the video, okay? The video that we've been talking about, that we showed 2 days ago, but we're going to focus today because I guess they keep talking about it. They're saying police are investigating new video of suspicious man. If you missed it when you joined or whatever, played it a couple times. They blurred out his face, I guess, over here, but it's publicly all over the place. I posted it.
Oh, it smells good in here.
Law enforcement absolutely looking at new suspicious video. Now again, like I said, and we talked about this yesterday.
Oh, this guy with his upside down head shit.
The neighborhood app. These have been publicly available this whole
Are you
time.
hungry?
This
No?
video was from January 23rd. I believe 6.5 miles away from Savannah's. And they were saying the man clearly didn't want to be seen, but the camera still got a good shot of him as he rang the doorbell around 5 a.m. The homeowner who posted the video says the would-be intruder fled when the dog started barking. A high-ranking, here we go, law enforcement source connected to the investigation tells TMZ the FBI and Pima County are aware of this video and they're treating it as a potential lead.
Huh.
The dark-haired individual does have facial hair that seems similar to the person the FBI had imaged.
Oh, that was facial hair.
Although the person is wearing a knitted ski mask, you can see the goatee and beard underneath.
Hey, are you playing on the stairs?
Alright.
Are you supposed to be playing on the stairs? Oh, you are? Who said that?
Because they're curious. See, another thing is too, the perp probably is Googling around. The perp could be watching this stream. The perp could be getting articles and reading articles on the case, watching their every move to find out what they're doing so they can adjust or panic or know the heat is on them.
Oh, man.
Perps probably using the phone and Googling around.
My condolences.
And they'll know, that, you know, once they have an idea who did this, they'll know digital footprints.
What are you doing?
We're getting back over to the back bridge. Campbell Back Bridge. The sun is starting to come out. That's good. Sunshine. Bringing light to this case. Sunshine.
Oh, I still have a Harvey Levin.
I don't know how to say that. I'm sorry for your son's loss.
Thank you. Lipstick. Lipstick smear. Thank you. Is there any way to find out if those cameras are working? There's no traffic at 2 a.m. at that intersection. That's what I'm saying. Like, are they really working or not? And if they don't work, what's the point of having cameras if they don't work?
I'm getting ready.
That remains to be seen. Something tells me they aren't working because video have already been released. Something tells me they made a major mistake by not having these things work. For whatever reason, turning the cameras off. I mean, Think about the last crazy big case out of Brown
It really,
University.
you got that right.
They didn't
For me,
have
it sure is.
cameras working in the university. Matter of fact, they probably turned them off on purpose to protect the students. They're very well could have a thing around here where they just say, turn the cameras on. Turn the cameras on. You know, you got cameras, different administration, different people, city officials might say, oh, well, we don't have the money. Or they mismanage money and say, well, you know, there's a certain budget allocated a year for the cameras, right? But we have a budget shortfall or whatever. I don't know the finances of FEMA. I'm just speculating. Tucson. Oh, just turn the cameras off. Because there's no camera footage of a vehicle. We have one of the ring camera, but no one of the vehicle, which is like everyone's like, where's the vehicle? Where's the vehicle? So it's crazy.
Alright guys, think we're ready now?
Freaking USB mini.
The camera,
You know what I should do? Got an idea.
Show us the vehicle.
USB micro, whatever the fuck this thing is.
Capture a vehicle at any intersection.
USB Nazi. Nazi. Haha.
And it's going to be crazy. Even
Not teabag. No, somebody
what
did this
happens
last
like
night.
next week they release the camera footage of the vehicle, and if they haven't, why
Who's
didn't
that?
they release it to the public
That's the controller.
now?
Whoops.
Week ago. Where's the camera footage of the vehicle? We're waiting. We're all waiting. Where is a
I'm
vehicle?
gonna mark the two articles so it's
You don't
faster
have a
reading.
vehicle. It's every other case. There's a vehicle. Particularly when there's intersections like that. On all strategic four corners of that neighborhood, there's cameras. Question is, where they work? What is this woman doing? She's taking a picture of my license plate. Here she literally came up and took a picture of my license plate.
We know what she's doing.
She's taking pictures of my car. What the heck is going on here? She literally went back to my car and took pictures of my license plate. Yeah, that's me. Yeah, it's my car. Yeah, I'm okay. You just thought something suspicious about the car? Yeah, I'm parked crooked. So I don't blame you. I don't blame you. Oh, really? About a car. Thank you. A suspicious car parked sideways in a parking lot. And she came over and was like, yeah, it might have been my fault for parking crooked. Suspicious
Yeah.
car. Crazy. Alright, so we're headed back to Nancy's home.
All these people's fucking thumbnails are clickbait.
I think we just gotta read the articles, man. I think we just gotta read them. I think it's interesting. Again, I'm not saying she's involved, whatever, but
Burgers for ants.
Checking is kind of interesting because you know they call sliders at a fast food spot and this is White Castle or something. They don't call them sliders, they call them baby burgers. There's 3 different
One or
kinds
two?
that you have to get
Okay.
in this
Two?
pack of 3.
Okay.
There's a quattro cheese one, there is a kind of a surf and turf with shrimp on it, and there is a blue.
I don't think we have.
Baby burgers. Burgers for babies.
So, okay, listen. Alright. So this article came out January 20th, 2026. And it's captioned Savannah Guthrie in total panic.
Fuck.
Today, co-workers brutal truth thoughts about her revealed while she's on sick leave, leaving her asking the same related questions. The co-stars in full panic mode because ratings have shot up since she's been off the screen for surgery. She had this vocal cord surgery that she had to do.
Well, wild.
She was being forced to take time away. But she is still missing from the sofa, and the main anchor desk, Studio 1A at Rockefeller Center, New York, leaving Sheila Jones to continue filling in for her, and co-anchor Craig Melvin. Now Guthrie says she's hoping to be back for a brief visit to the set on Friday before returning full-time next Monday. About to start back up. She's in full panic mode. While she's been away, the ratings went up. The Insider added that Guthrie is pushing her doctors to get her back to work as soon as possible, and so that her audience doesn't forget her, she's insisting the show tape a piece on her at home recovery. She video called into the broadcast on Tuesday, by Melvin Jones, Jenna Bush, A-Rock, and Carson Daly. This is my new voice. I think good news. It has worked. It's kind of slow recovery. It allowed me to talk this much.
You got it?
So,
another one too.
Guthrie shocked her fans on December 19th by announcing she was taking time off to remove the nodules and the polyp. Maybe may have noticed her voice was scratchy and started to crack. Well, I found out this is what it was. Not a big deal. Shocking new figures reveal that once she's off the show and they fill in for her, the show starts doing better. It starts improving. The ratings start going up after she's gone. It's crazy. And she can see this shit. 12% more viewers for the week covering the end of December and beginning January while Guthrie was absent compared to the same 7 days 12 months prior. Some 2.86 million people tuned in to the Nelson TV ratings, capturing a top spot for today over ABC's Good Morning America. Savannah's trying to laugh it off publicly, but privately she's completely shaken. A source close to the show revealed seeing the ratings tick up without her hit a nerve she didn't know she had. She keeps asking, is this a fluke? But no one's giving her a straight answer, which makes it worse. Savannah always believed she was the glue holding the show together. She feels blindsided.
Some of you have noticed that my voice has been very scratchy and started to crack a little bit like Peter Brady, who was going through a change. Well, I have found out what it is. I have nodules, and now I also have a polyp. It's not a big deal, but I am going to have a surgery real early in the new year and be off for a couple of weeks. So it's my last day for a little while, so I just want to let everyone know. And if you've been wondering, like, do I have the world's longest head cold? No, I don't. But you'll love this, guys. I have to be silent.
Oh. I'm not saying there's nothing wrong with watching analytics. I watch analytics all day long. I obsess about it. Of course. She assumed viewers would miss her instantly, so the ratings bump feels personal. She's questioning whether the audience has quietly moved on. Responding to the Daily Mail's request for comment, NBC said today is posting its best ratings in 14 years. They requested for comment. In 14 years! Savannah has been at the helm of the show almost the entire time, and she is one of the key ratings of success. The source continued adding Guthrie has been constantly checking the latest viewing figures. She's refreshing the ratings, reports, like it's her full-time job now. It's consuming her. The source said she's hyper-aware now that every on-air decision, every co-host moment, it's like she's watching the show from the outside for the first time. Her biggest fear is that this changes how NBC sees her leverage. That thought alone is keeping her up at night. Insiders noticed an instant, more relaxed, warmer, and more human change in the show after Guthrie went on her break.
Oh, wild.
That shit is crazy.
That's wild.
Imagine you're in a work environment.
That is wild.
You gotta work with people, you gotta communicate, you're the top, whatever, anchor or whatever.
Crazy.
And then you have to take an extended leave. You have to get away for a while, and people start saying that without Savannah, the vibe shifted immediately. It stopped feeling like a classroom. It started feeling like a group of equals. I just noticed an instant I felt more relaxed, the place felt warmer, more human.
Less contrived. Everything seems less fake with that bitch gone.
Set now, No one's worried about stepping out of line, getting corrected.
That's
The
crazy.
show feels warmer instead of an authority figure steering everything. It's more like friends sharing a space. The insider intimated with the new dynamic having a positive effect on viewing figures. Savannah's the boss, whether she means to be or not. Without her, no one's in charge of how it's working. Conversations flow better, people interrupt, people joke, disagree. It feels human instead of managed. Viewers are now responding to the looselessness as it feels less scripted and less like someone grading everyone all the time. There's a notable shift in energy. The co-hosts feel freer, lighter, and more playful without Savannah anchoring the room. It used to feel like Savannah and her supporting cast. Now it feels like a true ensemble. The irony is Savannah built the structure, but once she stepped away from the show, finally felt like a family of equals. So the surgery went well. 7 days later, she joined the Today Show from her home and used a whiteboard to reveal that she has been what she's been doing to recover. She was unable to respond to questions, just smiled and nodded. The mom too has been journaling, reading, and painting, adding she was also growing as a human. Okay. Now, so she was scheduled to do the Olympics, which is going to start February 6th. So she had the Olympics to do. She just came back off of surgery. You know, people reportedly she was panicking. And, what do they make, $8 million a year. Guthrie, they had IVF. Guthrie had Val when she was 42 years old. And Charlotte at 44 after rounds of IVF. The couple reportedly married in 2014. So that's a really interesting part of the show, right? So for the whole story, whether you think it's related or not, or whatever, you think it's, I mean, this article came out before Nancy went missing, January 20th. And then, look at the new article. Look at the new update. NBC Today ratings skyrocket and surge past their rival competitor, Good Morning America, as the hunt for Savannah Guthrie's kidnapped mother, Nancy, continues. So now the show's doing great. Now the show's blasting off. Now it's taking off. Overall viewership for the week ended on February 6th, surged around an astounding 23%, equivalent to 624,000 viewers over the year, period. In total, Today won an average audience of 3.32 million views compared to 2.91. The result put in front of Good Morning America by a full 30,000 viewers. Show's fantastic. Everything's doing amazing. So if you've heard about this, people posting about it, because I've seen it for a while in the last couple of days, but I haven't talked about it. Some people were saying it's disrespect, but in some of the post replies that I've seen. But I figured let's just talk about it so that way people have the knowledge. That's what's going on. That's what that's what some of the people are talking about. I think it is pretty interesting, but crazy. Crazy, 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 crazy. Yo, how tall is Savannah? That's crazy. I mean, listen, yeah, I check the analytics. Somebody had said it earlier. I check the analytics every day. I used to check it like all the time, multiple times a day. I'm not that crazy about it, but I'll check it in the morning and the evening. You have to check it to know what's going right, what's going wrong, and stuff like that. You know? Somebody said, I'm blocking you because of the Sheriff Nanos thing. I'm blocking you. I said Sheriff Nanos is involved in the disappearance of Nancy Guthrie. Question mark. It needs to be removed and investigated. Hydrant alert. Why are they still following me? I'm blocking you for this hateful post. You've lost the plot and have forgotten about Nancy Guthrie. I mean, the sheriff is running the investigation. How is that forgetting about Nancy Guthrie? Doesn't block me. I mean, unfollow. I don't know why I follow these people sometimes. I have no idea who the fuck some of these people are. Never engage with them, and I follow them. I gotta be like the other people who follow these people.
I said defeats the tiger, right? Okay, great idea. Make it super hot.
Let me see what else. Okay, let's listen to JLR a little bit. Let me check for updates.
Oh, cool. Look at this. Pool people. What in the world? Pool people.
Oh.
Pool people.
Are they gonna drain the pool or do something? Clean the pool? They pull up on the property.
2 pool people have arrived. Dun, 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 dun. Breaking news. Pool people. What is going on here? 2 pool people have arrived.
Yep.
Dun, 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 dun.
Okay, alright, thank you. Let me know if you need it.
Pool cleaners.
Great idea. Make it super hot. We go there.
Searching the pool.
I think the ratings going up and whatever down is not so shocking to me, but what's interesting is to hear. To me, what was interesting is to hear how the work environment was with her, because I don't really know anything about her. I've heard of Savannah. I've seen her before. I know she hosted like a one-on-one with Trump. I think it was in Miami. You know, I've seen her face. I don't know anything about her. I don't have any feelings, positive really or negative towards her. But it was interesting to see those coworkers, or read I think anyway about those coworkers. Who knows if they're telling the truth too? Because some of these coworkers are wilding out.
I don't know, folks. That's interesting.
The pool people arriving at the house. Guys, pool people have arrived at the house. I'm not sure what's going on here. Is it two cars or one car? One truck? 2 trucks? Is that 2 pool trucks? Let me see if Dolly captured it.
Right. They got poles. Pool cleaners with poles. Going with the sheriff in the back.
You capture it?
That's interesting, right?
I got it. Oh, you got the camera facing it. Oh, there it is.
See what happens here with pool people.
Yeah, it's like a pool. Interesting. What do you guys think they're doing? They're there to drain the pool, or they're just there to clean it, just make regular maintenance? Mossad pool? I wonder if we're gonna drain the pool for any evidence.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, no, not this version. What's up, buddy?
Hey.
What's going on?
How are you? Nick, right?
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, remember names. Looks like the pool cleaners.
I think they're just doing their monthly thing, or were they called in?
Maybe it's just they're there to just do some cleaning. It's exciting. It's exhilarating. Let's see. Keep an eye on the updates. I wonder if they were just, you know, the scheduled cleaning, they just pulled up to the house, or they're actually there to drain the pool so they can see the bottom of the pool, look for anything.
Alright, we got something going on, folks. Pool cleaners have arrived. Hey, got the pool cleaners.
You know, guys, I keep getting sent this video over and over. I don't know if this is bullshit, though.
Over the past few
There you go. Pool cleaners, folks. 2 of them with poles. Wait and see what happens out of this. Sorry? No.
Otherwise, it's mostly word here.
I'm not on Facebook.
There was this guy in another country, I forgot what country it was, where he was like, I'm trying to think about it. I don't know if he was a reporter or an independent journalist, and this dude was actually committing the crimes and showing up to the crime scene and being the first one there and taking pictures and shit like that of his own crimes, but they didn't know it and shit. Was he a cop or something? I gotta look this story up.
You're welcome. Got 2 pool cleaners at the house. Breaking news.
Oh, you had a show. Oh, Brazilian TV host Wallace Souza, and a former police officer. So he had a program that focused on violent crime, showing graphic footage, murders, all this stuff, crime scenes, often arriving incredibly fast, sometimes even before the police. This made him hugely popular, boosted ratings dramatically. Souza would report live from the studio, railing against crime. In 2009, police investigated after a tip and arrest. They accused Souza of masterminding a criminal group that ordered hits, mostly on drug traffickers' arrivals, to create content for his show, essentially committing and arranging murders to film them and air exclusives, driving viewership. His crew's suspiciously quick arrivals at scenes were big red flags. He had ties to drug trafficking. That shit was crazy.
Cleaning, there's no way this has something to do with them checking with evidence. It has to be, because you wouldn't let them go on there.
Not having ads running on a live stream today, you crazy? What? They better be on. Imagine they're not on. Yeah, they're on. The ads better be running, JB.
Gene,
Thank you for the 20.
4874 for the 5 gifted members. I'm gonna pin a comment right here, say, breaking pool cleaners arrive to Nancy Guthrie's home. I'm gonna pin this comment. Now, as soon as Guthrie, as soon as I see some pool drone footage, I'll share it with you. Every day there's something happening. Shouldn't this happen before?
Rumble Ninja's gone. I haven't had any. Hello, you better talk to YouTube. Find a thing. Have you guys gotten? Ads should be running. Hello?
Pool cleaners. They're here. Oh, there's the one right there. There's the guy right there. I see footprints.
Oh, yeah. True. Okay,
right there.
Right.
See if I can get over here. Footprints. Alright, the drones is up, so. Dude, they got all these drones up in the sky. Drones. Got like 4 drones up in the sky. Drones everywhere.
Drones, baby. We got some,
Drones. I don't have a drone.
You've had?
They have the capability of going live with the drones.
Thank you so much. Hey, B12, email me. Did you get refunded from yesterday? Thank you so much for the membership.
Here until we find out more about this cool stuff.
Or mess? Do you have
think she's in the pool?
Message me.
They think something's
I
wrong.
want to make sure they give you back that.
She's just doing their due diligence. Why would they? No.
B12 being cautious today. It's 5 out of 10.
Yeah, it's definitely organized because the sheriff took it back.
Yo.
Alright, so here's an image of what they're doing back there. They're definitely back there fishing through things with their poles. There's 2 people back there. So they're back there.
Oh, they're in the back? Oh. Nice. Oh, they are. Oh.
They're pool cleaning back there with poles. Fishing through.
Ooh, shit.
I don't think anything's in that pool, but we'll see what happens.
But it's good to be thorough.
Let's see what this comes out of this.
I wonder if, if it does have regular pool cleaners, if they've been interrogated. Or at least talked to.
Someone just made a request about getting the tire tracks in driveway. That's an interesting thing. Can you get the tire tracks in the driveway? Can you see tire tracks? The reason being is it easy to leave tire tracks in like a truck. Say the perp had like a similar like a truck, like not a car but a truck, tire tracks. What do you think? So we'll evaluate this once that truck leaves and we'll see the tire tracks. And we'll see if but it also rained a little too. Now here's another sheriff too. Tire tracks.
think? What do you guys think? I thought they were gonna drain the pool. I say drain the shit. I guess they're gonna just kind of keep it like swipe it, or are they just cleaning? Is this mandatory cleaning? Is it like an environmental policy? Like yes, it's a crime scene, but thank you for the member, Miss J. How you doing? Thank you for the memberships. Any ideas what they could be looking for in a pool? I mean, just anything, or
I had to do a news report on it.
Oh, you got drone footage? Oh. Layla. Let's get that up on the full screen of this video. We're live. Yes. See, it's live. Oh, no, they're not showing it anymore. Hey, look. Oh, let's backtrack a little bit then. Oh. Here, at least we get a visual of what it looks like. Like amateurs, though. That shit looks like they just stayed in the pool to me. What she's talking about?
Well, investigators say they still do not have a suspect in this case. As the search for Nancy Guthrie enters day 12, investigators hope a new description of the suspect could lead to new tips in this case.
You can imagine local law enforcement had an idea of, hey, we know certain people just got released from prison. We know that certain people are good for residential burglaries. They can go now against that list.
As the investigation continues,
I guess they just didn't use it.
And that's where I think there is a point of identification. Because if you're a UN...
What these people do, little tiny uses, you know, they show for 5-10 seconds. That's all you get.
See where this goes. Michelle B8, thank you. We'll continue to monitor the twists and turns with the situation. And thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Very grateful for that, Michelle BB8. Appreciate that. Thank you very much. Very, very grateful. We will continue to monitor what this could be about. What do you think is happening, folks, with this?
Can you please give the guy's pictures? Standing over you. Oh yeah, the guy over me. That's true. He's blocking the tree branch. I want you to miss that. There you go. Alright. Okay. Let me update this right here. Yeah. Alright. Moving. I want to know if we can find like a live drone thing. It looks like it's just cleaning though to me. I don't know. I don't know nothing forensic looking about this, right?
I mean, shouldn't have this been done? Like, shouldn't this been done? Like, oh, there's the sheriff going back there. The sheriff walking back there. It's been done.
gotta there's a couple things I gotta do.
I'm on Verizon. It's pretty good out here. TMZ posted new doorbell video of man approaching different house near Nancy's. This guy's. Near Nancy's home, a week before the abduction, man had goatee and ran off when homeowner's dog barked. This has something to do with this case. They're called out to do this. Check the pool. Check the pool for evidence. Check the pool for evidence. I got an idea. Let's do something.
Clean the pool up.
Now we buy a drone. I mean, there's people with drones up there. We'll get the footage.
You know, this is an art to some extent, but it has gotten very good. And
There
for
and
example,
others.
about a year ago, there was a giant hack.
I don't want to hear the conversation, I just want to see the visual. I guess this is outside. I'm gonna keep looking and see if we can get something that's live somewhere else. We're showing, the sheriff is doing his own pool investigation, man. He's running his own show.
Oh, more flowers. More flowers. Everyone's going down here to do the flowers. We'll do the flowers.
They have to have a feed, but I guess it's like a private feed or something.
It is. Everyone's like following the flowers.
And they put the biggest story in a little box, which is crazy to me. Of course. Searching to see if we can get anything, let's see. You guys let me know if you see anything. Yeah, we're showing a little bit, it'll preview how the screens look like.
She don't want to talk.
Oh, the screen.
Says she's a neighbor.
What's going on with the screen?
Alright, back up to the pool. People keep coming, sending yellow flowers, symbol of hope. Symbol of hope. More flowers. Yeah. Pool cleaners arrived.
Oh, yeah.
Analytical examinations of blockchains.
Everything got switched around on my screen, but that's okay. We got the full view. Oh, somebody sent people over? I didn't get to catch the name. My screen was messing up. Did I get a redirect? Thank you for the redirect. Hey, somebody sent somebody, right? Oh, okay, that's fine. I don't know why they don't pivot the camera to the pool, or they just not allowed to see that or something.
Oh, here they come. Here they come. Here comes the pool cleaners. They got something in there. For that. For no reason. Are you guys here for the investigation?
They had something in their net.
They're leaving.
It was just pool maintenance. They have high standards in pool cleaning. Can't stand boxing. What's the point of doing that? The shit that they're doing. They're leaving.
Hey, was this a scheduled pool cleaning or part of the case?
Good question. I guess you're not supposed to answer, but
no comment.
Just looked at no comment.
He looked at me and then he just drove off. There's your answer. Yeah, pretty much. There's your answer. I tried. There's your answer. Alright, so pool cleaner people here. Thought.
So, let me see what you guys were saying. And let me skim back at the footage of the pool. See if there's anything. Oh, somebody said thank you for not commenting. Oh shit. I would assume that it would have to be a part of the investigation. I don't know if they just wanted them to sweep for something. Maybe somebody a couple days ago had noticed something in the pool. Or maybe they have really strict environmental stuff, like how their lights over there, you're not allowed street lights or something in that town, in Catalina Hills. I mean, you can see here, I guess we'll take a look at the little snippet they showed. Maybe they'll post it after. See, maybe it's already up. Little snippet. So let's take a little look. Tiny little snippet that they showed. One second, let me just.
Oh, go back to the tracks. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, see if the tracks are there.
Here. So you had two vehicles like that coming out of the driveway now. So let's see if there's fresh tracks. Let's do something. Tracks. So, you see any fresh tracks? Well, kind of.
Hold on. Let's see first. There's tracks. Yeah,
a little bit in the dirt. So fresh track.
I bet something was spotted on the drone in the pool and their guys went there to get it.
So you can see some there.
It takes more time to clean the pool. Good point, Twins Mama. That's a good point.
Deputy trucks.
That's a very good point.
Fresh tracks. What do you think? Not really. Fresh tracks. It's hard to tell. I mean, maybe. So I'm sure they did that, right? At the time? Fresh tracks. So you got two trucks. So, fresh tracks. Huh. Pirate tracks. Keep this here. Fresh tire tracks. So I want to go back to the traffic lights that we were at down there at that corner, down there by River and Campbell. We got a sheriff talking to a neighbor right now. Something going on.
We'll take a look at it in a little bit. Let's just
Sheriff
this,
talking to a neighbor.
see what happens here, and then we'll watch the full footage again. This too. Somebody had DM me saying, "Are you mad at me? You haven't replied to my messages." I haven't replied to a lot, even text messages. I've just been like non-stop, super busy. So unless it's like related to the story or an emergency, I just haven't replied. Like I'm getting a lot of messages, but it's not like intentional or anything. That happens to me all the time. There's like a really big story, people start messaging me. Like, are you mad at me? No.
I don't know.
Like my email.
Everything there.
Sometimes I reply mentally, like I'll read something and in my head I think I replied and then I never said it.
Information, when you give him something, and he referred her somewhere, maybe she makes him a complaint. I saw her.
Police chase right now?
This way, she
Yeah,
stopped
okay,
here.
let's see. I can put it on the corner.
Got out of his
I think
car.
it's a police chase.
Go speak with her.
Ooh, there might be a chase. In Texas, oh shit. There's no audio anyway, but I'll put it on the side. We got a chase, Pippin. Wow, California's so washed up that other states are putting them out of work. Okay, we'll keep a little eye on it since it's still frame right now. This is in Texas. Probably like California people, I'm saying that joke, they don't take it further. Police chase. Ooh. Oh, he's pulling at a gas station. Shamrock? What the hell? He's gonna refuel? Oh shit. He's gonna do the unthinkable. What they tell you should never do. He's gonna refuel. Oh, he left. He should have just did it. There's no cops there, right? He should have did it.
Okay, so going back to what I was saying about the surveillance, or the footage, because we were down there on Campbell and River, and this is put out earlier, and this is what it came out last night by Matt Finn, and it kind of describes what we were talking about here, and this is where I picked this report up here. There's a scenario in which a Guthrie getaway car was not clearly recorded on a traffic camera. City of Tucson tells Fox it doesn't use traffic cameras to record videos.
Right.
Pima County says it has cameras that record, but it's imperfect, may not catch plates. Nearby Oracle Road, which partially connects to Nancy and Annie's neighborhood, is a state route. AZ, Department of Transportation, says it has cameras, but also doesn't record. So now we have three scenarios here where it could possibility of all the cameras in each of the three jurisdictions or the three agencies that cover it, no recording of these, vehicles. That's crazy. That's crazy. That means, because it does make sense, because the question is, why isn't there any surveillance of any vehicles? They don't record, none of them. They don't work. They're fake.
That's what it is.
They're fake. They don't work.
I read that somewhere too about those cameras not recording or some shit.
No? What do you think? We haven't seen any camera footage of any vehicle.
It's all smoke and mirrors. So there's a police chase, guys. We're watching to the same time in San Antonio, Texas. I don't see any cops behind him though. Thank you for telling me that in the chat. The person that hit me up and told me.
Alright, out front here, we'll see what happens next. We came right when the pool people came. Went down to another location. We continue to race around covering what's happening in real time.
So thank you for the super chat. The pool has built-in vacuum, so they didn't touch it. It wasn't part of it, so they didn't touch. So it wasn't part of the investigation. It wasn't? I work for a pool, so he's saying that he doesn't believe it was not part of the investigation? Built-in vacuum, they didn't touch, so it wasn't part of the investigation. I don't know, really? Was it or was? Was it? Felony Fridays, guys. Oh, this person looks like they're going for a joyride. Let me see what you guys are saying. You guys tagging me and stuff. Yeah. The police definitely don't want Nancy found for some reason. They're doing everything you should not do. I know there's something weird about the way they're handling the case. At least the sheriff. I don't know. This was just regular pool maintenance. Really? Really? That's what you guys think? Regular pool maintenance? So the pool maintenance is so important that they have to let them cross into a crime scene to clean the pool? Is this some type of like global warming thing? Like a global warming, that's my daughter. Is it like a global warming thing? Just got home half a day today. Half a day today, no school Monday, I think. That's crazy, man. Is it like the nature ordinance or something? Is it that important? The algae in the fucking pool?
You have to in this area, like at intersections, like you were saying, River Campbell.
It's required or cost thousands. Damn, I didn't know it was that serious. Wow. Okay. But this guy in San Antonio is running from himself. I'm not sure what's going on here. I wonder if I can find out, is there like a warrant for this person? She's doing a lot better, she's good at things. Yeah, kids are, I always say that, I feel like these kids have way more days off than we did.
Right back in a few minutes outside.
Every day is a day off, every day half a day, every other day.
Go grab a drink real quick, right back. People say zoom
HOA requirement. And the HOA is that strong over there, huh? I wonder if anybody on the X. Oh.
Right back in a second.
So the FBI Phoenix just made out a tweet. They said the FBI and the U.S. Attorney's Office will continue to hold any individual accountable who seeks to interfere with federal investigations or attempt to profit from a grieving family. Ooh. Derek is alleged to have sent the ransom via 2 texts to the missing person's family. He also allegedly made a 9-second call to a family member. Ooh. And he's walking free though, so what kind of didn't he just walk out? I mean, I guess he has to come back to court, but I gotta let these people know I'm live too. Let me just post this on Insta real quick. Forgot to do that this morning. I can't believe this chase is still going. Damn, he's picking up. Wow. Running from himself. Why is he speeding up? Like, I don't understand what's the deal with this guy. My gosh, you saw that? He squeezed between two cars. Look at this shit. The car's like, kept caught air. He went over a bump. Who the hell is going on? Who's this guy? Oh, he's crying. Shaking up the community.
It's talked about everywhere.
Yo.
Outside of his neighborhood. So,
That boy's tweaking. Look how he's like hitting the curbs and shit. There's not one cop car behind him that I can see. Look at this shit. Oh my gosh. Final Destination. Dukes of Hazzard.
I mean, there's crime everywhere. The further north you get, it seems the safer you get. She's in a beautiful area right here.
He's gonna push past this guy.
Go further south, it gets pretty sketchy. But she's in a very nice area.
That'd be me. I'm not moving. I would defensive drive his ass. Fuck, you're not going anywhere. Oh, there's a cop. There's a cop. Texas, baby. Oh, I hope we don't miss the pit maneuver. Here we go. Here we go. Texas. We don't fucking play. Let's go. Let's go.
You got the chance to check any of your camera, just house camera, ring cameras, just to help the community at all?
No, I'm not close enough to that. I live in an apartment, so we don't even have it. But
Damn, he got away from the dude.
I think there's lessons to be learned.
He was about to. That guy came really aggressive. He was gonna pit his ass.
Keep it active. Keep up your subscription.
You want full screen?
I'm just happy that they
People want to watch the trees and hear the ambiance. You want to go full screen with the chase? Is that okay for now? So. He's coming hard, man. Woo! Oh, he's doing it. Oh, shit. Yo, this is crazy. Dude went off-road. Lost the cop. The cop was pressing him hard. This dude squeezed between the trucks, squeezed between cars, almost got himself killed multiple times. Dukes of Hazzard shit. He just split the fucking lane and went off-road and lost the cop. Yo! What the hell is this? Almost got off. I thought it was gonna catch him right there. I thought that guy was gonna just. Yeah, it wouldn't make sense. Head on wouldn't make sense. I wonder what the one is. Yo, this guy's like, is this the suspect in another state? No. Damn, is he driving the wrong side? No. Oh, he is driving the wrong way. Oh, fuck. Dude is driving the wrong way. Is that a 2-lane? I think that's a 1-lane. There's no cars though. He's driving the wrong fucking way. Oh my gosh. Holy crap. Holy crap. Damn, dude. He's gonna Fridays, bitch.
Holy cow. Okay, chat. I don't know how long that happened for. Ceiling broke my life for a minute, you guys. No more baths in the middle of the day. I don't know what fucking time it is now. No idea what time it is now. Or what day it is.
The guy was actually talking a bit.
What, we gotta run? A fleeing refugee? What the fuck's going on?
Oof. Like too many close ones.
Oh my gosh.
This dude is driving insane on these local roads.
How do you expect people to drive when you're threatening their life?
He's gonna squeeze. Oh, he's trapped right here. The cops roll up on him. He's trapped right here.
Oh shit.
Trap. You gotta do something. The cops are gonna be. This is the first. Oh. There you
Uh-oh.
go. Trap. Oh, they're rolling up on him. Oh.
Wow. GTA moment. Wow, that was lucky. That was so lucky.
I wonder what this guy did. What the hell?
He got so fucking lucky. Holy shit.
He's taking off on the highway now. Oof. Has he chilled out now? He's like calmed down. Oh my gosh, bro. This dude was driving like a maniac. That's fine.
Hey, give me the mic.
Damn, dude.
Yeah, tell him to toss it to me.
Chat.
This
I don't know.
Chase.
Marvel at my bleachy wonder. I don't know how I did this to the shirt. It's actually pretty bleached up and clean.
Oh
Whoa! Wow! Wow!
Yo, there was like 3 cars.
Yeah, dude, I don't know how he made it. That was wild.
Hey, yeah, talk to me. We are in hot pursuit right now of this vehicle. So we came across it over on 10 and 410 on
I don't want to miss it.
side. Eagle told us right now. I want to say he's hitting about 75 miles per hour.
Hoo-wee.
It's residential. The last street we saw was W.W. White, so he continues on. Traffic laws, he's not really obeying them. Swerving.